Welcome to Raging Bullets, a DC Comics fan podcast. Episode 128, the beginning of our look at the 7 Soldiers in-stock trades Rage of the Month. Welcome to Raging Bullets. I am Sean Whalen, Dr. Norge on the CGS forums, and I'm joined as always by my co-host Jim, a spy, a mermaid, a sensei of the whatnot as old as time itself. Be sure to catch him in his upcoming interspecies love epic known affectionately as The Cup of Blood Segulent.
How's it going?
We are talking this episode. We're going to finish up Volume 1 of 7 Soldiers. If you haven't listened to Episode 50 of Raging Bullets, please go back and listen to the 7 Soldiers segment that we did there. This is going to be the first part of our, what I think is going to be our 2-part look at 7 Soldiers. We're going to do 7 Soldiers Volume 1, finish that up on this episode for sure, and then we're going to next week chat Volume 2. So we'll do it that way. And we're also going to be chatting some more about Trinity. We have some listener emails that we want to get to, so we have a whole bunch of stuff to chat about on this show. As always, we are proud members of the Comics Podcast Network and the League of Comic Book Podcasts. We're continuing to support the Hero Initiative, and we ask you to do the same thing. It creates a financial safety net for yesterday's creators who need emergency medical aid, financial support for the essentials of life, and an avenue back into paying work. And it's a chance for all of us to give something back to those who have given us so much enjoyment. Visit www.heroinitiative.org or call 310-909-7809 for more details. And there is still a handy-dandy link up at ragingbullets.com if you want to donate, and just the cost of a comic book alone, if we're all doing that every so often, is really going to help out some creators who are in need, so it's great. Our sponsors for this episode are DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. Final Crisis Rage of the Red Lanterns #1. They're offering this for a special discount, regularly $3.99, 50% off only $1.99. Written by Jeff Johns, art and covers by Shane Davis and Sandra Hope. The prelude to the blackest night begins here. They come from a place of great anger and hatred. They are the Red Lanterns, and they will have their revenge against the greatest Green Lantern, Sinestro. And I am so excited and stoked for anything Green Lantern related at the moment. And
I'm very curious because it's the greatest Green Lantern, Sinestro. So I'm like, what's going to happen here?
Well, they're talking about they're going through the history.
Yeah, I know.
Right, so it's interesting. Yeah, you're right. So there have been some weird teases, about possibilities of Sinestro.
Of him returning.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's...
Especially with your Alpha Lanterns and things like that. There's some doors open and some opportunities for... All bets are off with the Lantern Corps. Showcase presents Sergeant Rock Volume 2. I grew up as a kid reading Sergeant Rock, and this collects Our Army at War 118 to 148, stories of Sergeant Rock and Easy Company from World War II. Regularly $16.99, 40% off only $10.19. And that's like 520 pages worth of old wartime comic goodness.
I was never really... For some reason, I wasn't ever into the war comics. I used to read G.I. Joe a lot.
Okay.
But it's like...
Well, this predates that.
Right, I know. And this type of stuff kind of, like, for me, seemed too realistic. I wanted my, to be a bit fantasy. That's why I like G.I. Joe. But I was eyeballing that, and I was like, ooh, that looks pretty good. I may want to... This is one of the ones that's on my list going, I think I may be picking this up.
I've got Volume 1, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
So it's funny if you didn't like that. I understand what you mean. As a kid, my exposure to Sergeant Rock was from our buddy Jim Bradick, who, really, he was very into the war comics. That's where I got into Jonah Hex, too, was from his collections of Jonah Hex, because, as kids, I didn't have the money for that, so I relied on him for that. Got to read his Sergeant Rocks and stuff. So this is kind of great because I read very broken issues of any of the comics containing Sergeant Rock, and now I have an opportunity to actually read, multiple issues in a row through these great showcase volumes, and that price you can't beat. Vixen, The Return of the Lion, 1 of 5, by G. Willow Wilson, and art by Cafu. And on a mission against the mega mobsters of Intergang, the Justice League makes a stunning discovery revealing the truth behind the death of Vixen's mother. Long ago, poachers were fingered in her murder, but stunning proof arrives exposing the identity of her real killer. And the man responsible is still alive, making a vicious play for power in the homeland Vixen left years ago. The groundbreaking 5-page miniseries is by Rising Stars, G. Willow Wilson, and Cafu. Regularly $2.99, 50% off only $1.49. So that's one. Vixen, I'm really enjoying her story so much in Justice League that when I saw that one coming out this month, I'm like, well, I should spotlight this one in the ad because I think it's something that people maybe who are enjoying Justice League might miss. And it's really a good-looking book. I mean, the cover looks brilliant. Whatever your shipping needs, whatever your bag and boarding preferences, DCBS accommodates your collecting needs. Don't forget our In-Stock Trades Book of the Month. It'll be in 2 weeks. We'll be discussing this. Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters, collecting the 8-issue miniseries spinning out of Infinite Crisis by art by sensational Daniel Acuna. Meet the all-new Phantom Lady, Dowlman, Human Bomb, and the Ray. And this is by Justin Gray and Jimmy Palmiotti. If you aren't reading any of their work, these are just amazing storytellers and creators who every time they touch anything, for me, it's gold. It's real. I love all their stuff. So, regularly $14.99. They're supporting us with a 47% off discount, only $7.94. Like I said, it's in 2 weeks. We're going to be discussing that. So that's going to be our other In-Stock Trades Book of the Month that we're going to be getting to. And also I saw DMZ Volume 5, The Hidden War. I actually just got this trade because I'm converting my Vertigo books back over to monthly, the ones that I was doing trades in, because I'm finding that I'm enjoying reading the monthly again. But I just got this trade because this is one of the ones that had some of the overlap issues. DMZ is hard to find sometimes, all of the issues. That and Scalped.
Yeah.
Two major Vertigo series right now that it's really, if you're trying to find the singles, it's hard to find all of them. And this one contains issues 23 to 28 by Brian Wood. The world and characters of DMZ are expanded and rich in this volume as Matty Roth turns his attention to several locales, a guerrilla artist, a former ally who's now worse off than a homeless person, the powerful head of an organization within the DMZ, and more. So it's regularly $12.99. With the In-Stock Trades discount price of 37% off, it's $8.18.
Yeah, that's just amazing. And I'm really glad I switched over my DMZ2 trades. Mm-hmm.
Is that what you've done? You've gone to...
Oh, yeah, I'm full-on trades now for DMZ. I've gone back. I've picked up I have the full run of all trades of DMZ just because I didn't want to mix trades and floppies. But it didn't hurt that bad because of good discounts like this. So I was like, okay, I can do this. And I'm doing the same thing with Scalp, so I'll have the full
Now, are
Scalp.
you getting them then with your DCBS order or the In-Stock Trades? Or how did you do that?
Both.
Okay.
When the new one comes out on DCBS, I order it. Mm-hmm. But when I do my monthly In-Stock Trades order, I pick up a. I'll usually add. Well, I've added the DMZ stuff.
It's funny. I laugh like it's so silly that you don't like intermixing them, but it's the only reason why I'm laughing is because I wouldn't do that anymore. But I do like. To me, at this point, I just like having the issues. But I will say that I'm. On a series that I'm enjoying, if I go to floppies, I am inclined to go back and grab the rest of the issues in floppies if I could. So it is funny. I do have single issues of some of these issues as I'm converting back, but then I'm like, well, okay, I'm not going to go too crazy looking for them if I've already got the trade. So I laugh, but it's really, I'm just as bad. So... InStockTrades.com is your source for your collected edition needs. Thanks for supporting us, DCBS and InStockTrades.com. I want to thank everyone supporting us with Podcast Alley, Popcorn, and iTunes reviews. Facebook now, we got all kinds of people joining up our Facebook account, MySpace. You guys just doing that and recommending people checking out Facebook account and things like that has led to new listeners. We've actually had a nice growth lately. And really, I attribute that to our listeners. Because, it's really one of those things we don't advertise, and it's really word of mouth from people that's getting it out there. So that's one of the nicest things that you guys do for us is just get that out there. I'm thrilled. So thank you so much to our listeners for that growth.
Yeah, you tell two friends, and they tell two friends, and so on, and so on, and so on. But no, seriously, thanks a lot, man. It's cool to you guys would actually think to say, hey, check this out. Hey, check this out. It's really appreciated on our end, so...
Jim, what kind of a podcast are we?
Well, Sean, we are a spoiler podcast. We go in-depth in the plotline, story twists, and whatnot of the comics we're reviewing. So if we're going over something you haven't read, you may want to come back later so you can better enjoy the show.
Jim, what's Top Bullets?
Well, Sean, I'm glad you asked what Top Bullets is. Top Bullets is a great way for you all to get involved in the show.
You're a sick man.
Yes, I am. what you do is the listeners will send in their top 5, top 6, top 1, top 2, whatever you want to send in with the book you're reading that month, what you're geeking out about, what you're raging on about. Say it's a little something about why it's, your top book, why it's your top 5 books, and I will contabulate the total, come up with a grand master total of the top 5 things presented by our listeners.
Clean himself up and come over and do an episode.
And you say I'm a sick man. I wasn't even going to go there, but I will total up the results. We'll read them on the show.
Hey, I'm still trying to figure out what your contabulating is.
Well, contabulating, it's a word. Look it up. But we'll talk about your top 5, talk about our top 5s, maybe a little bit more if you're Sean, because he can't just come up with a top 5. He's got to expand things out. So unlike me, who can come up with a top 5 in order. But, hey, that's another thing.
You did it once.
Well, hey, once is more than you.
Yeah. That's true.
But what you do is send your results to senseiofwhatnot@gmail.com. That's senseiofwhatnot@gmail.com.
Let's do it in 2 weeks on that Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters episode.
Yeah, we'll be talking about the books that came out in July.
Mm-hmm. And let's see here, Jim. We have a contest. We're in the middle of a contest, and we're getting decent submissions here, and some innovative ideas. Where people are coming up with some new things that they want to do, and I like that. Every other month, starting in September, we are going to be picking a contest winner to choose for our Book of the Month segment. You guys are going to pick the Book of the Month. You're going to join us for the segment if you'd like to. If you just want to pick the Book of the Month and you don't want to join us, that's fine too. So please feel free to participate if you're like, I don't know if I want to go on the podcast, but I'd like to have a say in what you talk about. But we're happy either way. It's funny, since we did that Gypsy Café recording with some of our listeners, I'm gung-ho to do something else like this with a listener. So I'm glad that we're going to make this a bi-monthly feature now where we're going to be letting them generate what we do for that Book of the Month. So this is going to be an ongoing contest. We're going to keep doing this. Basically what we're looking for is comic strips, review a comic, write an article, create banners, do some Where's Whatnot Now stuff for our website, or even audio comments for the show. So if you send in an audio comment, that's going to count as a contest entry now. So if there's something you want to rage about or want to chat about, count that too. If there's anything else that comes to mind, you're creative and just like, well, guys, really, you could use something like this. I'm open-minded. It's really, we want you a part of the show. Send them to ragingcontest@gmail.com. And like I said, we're flexible about new ideas. We'd love to have you a part of the show, so thanks for that. I want to thank all our listeners for their patience this week. I started back to work. Last year, during the school year, there were many different episodes that we did of the show where I stayed up till 4 and 5 in the morning and then went to work. And the reason why is, I've got papers to grade and things like that in the evening, and I have to do that stuff before I can get to any show editing. So we were literally recording the show, and then, the next night, I was putting out the episode. So we decided this year, we were talking about it, to kind of shift things around a little bit and start doing our release dates midweek, Wednesday, Thursday, and doing our recordings on the weekend. So we're going to be recording another episode on Sunday for us and kind of just getting ourselves into a groove where I have a few nights, hopefully, to edit. At least in theory, Jim, that sounds like it'll work.
That sounds like a good plan. Let's just see if we stick
to it. Yeah. My start of the school year is crazy because I have to get my classroom all prepped and things like that, and get ready for my students and everything. So I just had no time for us to even sit down and record. I was literally calling you multiple nights because I was anxious to record, and you actually, I want to thank you too, because you were really flexible this week with my schedule to get in a recording. So thank you for that. I appreciate your flexibility. But I'm excited to be back here recording this because we are going to start right now with the remainder of Seven Soldiers Volume 1. And so it's 2 weeks of Seven Soldiers on Raging Bullets.
Calling a donut.
Jim, we're going to be talking about Seven Soldiers Volume 1 as part 1 of a 2-part Seven Soldiers look. The writer is Grant Morrison, artists J.H. Williams, Simone Bianchi, Cameron Stewart, Ryan Sook, and Fraser Irving. The inker on this, Mick Gray. Colors by Fraser Irving, Dave Stewart, Moose Ballman, Nathan Earing. Letters by Pat Brousseau, Rob Lay, and Nick J. Napolitano. Senior editor of the original series was Peter Tomasi. Associate editor of the original series was Michael Siglane. Assistant editor of the original series was Harvey Richards. Editor of the collected edition was Anton Kawasaki. And I had to refer to the collected edition because I bought all 4 volumes of this, so I actually do have the singles and the floppies of this. I think I'm going to sell off my singles because I really like the traded format of this. But like I said, I want to refer everyone back to episode 50. If you did not listen to that, please do before listening to this, because that is actually the first part of this discussion. Interesting to jump back into Seven Soldiers, and actually with the time that we've spent, you've now read it in chronological order.
Yeah.
Our original gimmick was that you were going to read it by miniseries, but we decided, seeing as you reread it now, we decided what's the point, because it actually is more interesting to talk about the connecting threads.
It was funny because I did catch a lot of the stuff because I just happened to read it where I read Manhattan Guardian first. Mm-hmm. So that gave me, because that was a lot of the initial stuff. And then I read Guardian, I went Zatanna, and then Clarion. Mm-hmm. So I really read the stuff from Volume 1 and Volume 2 right around each other. So it wasn't like I was pulling out the Frankenstein and the Bullet, first, which, were covered in the later trades. So, so I had a pretty good flow of what happened, but I do have to say that when I reread it in the trade format, it was much better. I really, really enjoyed the flow through and just how the story gelled and how it was told in the reading it in proper order.
Yeah. Clarion number 1. The issue opens up with Solomon Grundy. He's looking puzzled and afraid. And I should say it's a Solomon Grundy-looking character because there's actually a bunch of Grundys in this universe. Imagine digging up your father from his grave and grooming him to be a zombie slave worker. I mean, wow. Clarion is antsy. He sees his people going through the same cycle over and over again and sees the danger of that path. Who wants to die if this is going to be your legacy? And that's true. It's on the fears we all face. What happens when we die? What's it all for? This is a world where, they desecrate the slumber of their dead. Yeah. I'd be immortal.
Yeah, that kind of pissed me off, And I tell you, Clarion is one of the titles. The first time I read it through, I didn't really like it. It had different art. The story was kind of weird. And then when I read through a second time, I started to get in the groove of it. I'm like, okay. But he's a character that when he made later appearances after Seven Soldiers was done, that I was like, oh, okay. I kind of like the guy. And going back and rereading through the stuff that he went through, I'm like, okay, yeah, I get the whimsical side of what is and who is Clarion more now, and he's actually one of those characters I'm like, okay, he's kind of fun. I'd like to see him make appearances in other comics.
I really liked the issues where he was in Robin.
Yeah.
Seeing that character, do a crossover with that. And then I really enjoyed him also in Countdown.
Yeah, see, I liked his Countdown appearance better than Robin, but then again, that was another one where I was just like, I still didn't completely get the groove of Clarion for that. I liked the episode because I thought it was a cool Robin episode. I thought, it really showed off, who and what Robin is, but I was like, so.
Submissionary Judah is their spiritual leader. The Book of Shadows is their Bible, I'm guessing, from the way he was talking about it. We see the first branding of a Grundy. The hex sign that is put upon him is to break his free will and to disrupt any chance of consciousness. How could you... you gotta really, be believing in your religion to sit there and your dad's like, no, don't brand me. It's this dead corpses up here and talking, saying, let me sleep.
Dude, man, that's just wrong. And, it's... Karma is karma's not something you want to mess with, and you don't mess with the dead. You let the dead rest. It's gonna come back and haunt you, and it's gonna come back and bite you. And I was just like, okay, this is not a good thing to do. This is bad mojo.
I found this whole segment horrifying, which is why it's so brilliant. It should be creepy to watch the whole town break a father with the help of a son. The submissionary rod comes into play, and the artwork lays out brilliantly the father's hand reaching out for him, and how Ezekiel's turning his head in shame. The artwork of Fraser Irving really worked for me in this creepy world. I really, I know it wasn't your cup of tea at first, and I know it is now. So I'm not saying that that's not the case, but it was funny. I had the opposite experience, and art is so subjective, but for me it just grabbed me right away. And this was one of the ones that for me was one of the key series that I really first started digging in Seven Soldiers. So it was interesting to kind of see that. And that is subjective. It's, that's going to be what's your taste and what grabs you. I liked this whole thing that they pulled this Croatoa from Roanoke Island, from the whole missing colony, and that, implying that these are those people, and then tied it into the whole cauldron that we see in Seven Soldiers, and that these people, they're still living and immortal because of that whole thing. And I like when they bring history in, and they use history as a way to explain something that's more fantasy oriented.
Yeah, and they put a little twist to it, so it is still a comic book, it is still fantasy, but there's enough of the realism to it that you're like, okay, I could see if this culture had been separated from the rest of the world, if it had been, subject to these, strange, magical, and, metaphysical things and whatnot, yeah, they would hold on to some parts of their religion, develop new factions of their religion, develop new ways of dealing with different stuff, but it still fed, it read real true to, like, the Puritans, and just that strong religion is the king ruler of all. But it's not just religion, it's a fear religion, if you will. If you look at a lot of the Puritan religions, they were very the hellfire and damnation, fire and brimstone. God is going to rain down if you do one wrong thing. Mm-hmm. So this had that same feel to it, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm digging this.
Yeah, and I like that the whole Croatoan thing, comes from the fact that was the only thing left carved on the tree, which was an island to the south that had this whole native tribe on it, and they're actually the guy who went to search for them never came back. So, it's this whole interesting little twist, and M. Night Shyamalan did his whole thing with The Village. It's very similar style and concept to this type of storytelling. I like these kind of stories. I'll tell you this. If Clarion or any member of this group, again, I'd seek out immortality, dude. I mean, that'd be like, I'd be leaving the tribe and saying, okay, I'm going to find out how to live forever because you fellas are just going to dig me up and make me work.
Yeah, that would have been as soon as I was old enough, I would have been in Clarion's shoes, where as soon as I'm old enough to leave, I'm out of here. I'm not sticking around for this. There is no way, when, I'm a dead whatnot, I'm coming back and being a Grundy.
I like Teakle the cat. I like the whole idea and concept of familiars that you can use as kind of your ultimate sidekick, because they have this kind of relationship where Teakle can be his eyes into places where people can't normally see. And I liked that kind of mystic relationship. And I like that they aren't all cats, that there's different kinds of animals that can be familiars. And I like that whole concept. It was very cool. The whole horrifying truth is that Judah recognizes it immediately, that butterfly that was in Teakle's mouth, as a Sheeta. And oof.
Yeah, I like the fact that they did name the Sheeta immediately in this title. It's one of those things that when I first read this was after reading Guardian and Zatanna, so I already knew who the Sheeta was. So going through in the order, this was like one of the first namings of Sheeta. So in actual chronological order, it's a cool way for the reader to know, okay, this is who the villain, this is who the bad guys are.
Well, they did name him in Zero, but to have it come back in here.
Right.
One thing I liked about it being in this book was the longevity of this group, showing that they had a history above the surface, and then that was handed down over time, and somehow because of their location underground, they felt that they somehow would be saved, from the Sheeta, and they would be ignored. There was a creepy moment with the confrontation between Submissionary Judah and Clarion over the Sheeta, because Clarion's naturally curious. He wants to know more. The development of him here is great because we see he's inquisitive and intelligent and also feels himself a little bit superior to others. And I think, his own annoyances at the world around him has made him come to the realization that much of what is going on around him is silly. And he isn't interested in going through the motions. He wants to know why. And that why question is something we all ask all the time. And he's just more vocal about it and really isn't afraid to step in the face of it all. Judah's very protective of his position of power. He obviously tries to use fear of the unknown to control those around him. He tries to scare Clarion from seeking knowledge of the Sheeta. Would you be submissionary? Would ye bear the burdens of knowledge heavier than the rock of mountains? But Clarion is belligerent, which is so great, making light of the role, saying, possibly, it's the sort of work I'm sure I'd find rewarding. And I have a feeling this is definitely his position of great respect, for submission. He just, spit in his face, I think I'd like to do this.
Yeah.
We learn an interesting tidbit here. Clarion's father had similar feelings to Clarion. He was a rebel. Ezekiel envies Clarion because he won't have to dig up his father like he had to. But Clarion wishes he could at least see him for himself because he never returned. And I love that the blue skin will eventually have meaning that ties into the Shining Knight, and one of the artifacts as we see in the story, the cauldron. That's where their blue skin comes from that nature, and it's real interesting. Here's an interesting problem: they can't die fast enough to work the rock fields. Would this society, if we saw it go further, Jim, do you think they'd eventually kill the living to make more Grundys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would start. What they would start probably doing is, you would wait until they're a certain age. It would kind of be like Logan's Run thing, where once you're age 30, you're dead. Huh? Oh yeah, you've had a full life. Time for you to become a Grundy, and to be in it. Think about it, that would be the beginning of their downfall, really. Once you start killing the living to make more Grundys, you're going to start becoming more and more dependent on the Grundys. It's kind of like our dependence on technology, our dependence on oil, our dependence on gasoline. We have this force that we're using, and eventually it's going to become such a dependence that we won't be able to do our own things ourselves.
Dude, if I knew they would possibly kill me to make me a Grundy, I would have so many facelifts that my ears would be touching the back of my head. It's one of those things where I'm like, ew, this is a creepy, creepy society. I do love that Ezekiel and Clarion are questioning all this. This is normal with religion, and especially in this case. They were banished due to sins, but Clarion is questioning why they are told there is only rock all around them when they know that their people came from a place called Blue Rafters. And I like how, again, we're seeing this questioning. It seems in direct contradiction that there is some place different if they are only surrounded by rock. So, Judah's using this fear to control and to keep the people in a place where he has power. So I agree with you. I think if submissionary Judah and the submissionaries in general stay in power, they would resort to killing people to keep this fear in line. And I think they would start with the adult males who are standing up to them, and use that as another way of control. I like this concept of society preservation. Much of their religion is is to keep them from the surface world, to keep their society pure. Ezekiel shows him proof of the world above, a Kit Kat that he received from a trolley man when they went searching for his father. So this again, from somebody on the trains. Of course, Judah would want him found, because if his dad makes it to the outside world and returns, it ruins the illusion, and it's, Clarion is getting closer and closer to the day where he will become a witch man and learn the secrets of higher towns when he passes through the Wicket Gate. And now here's an interesting bit. One submissionary is considering closing off the Wicket Gate and ending trade with the outside world because they sense the Sheeta coming. Let them end the population and they can rise and have the culture that will rule the earth. It actually makes sense. They know the history of the Sheeta, stay underground and protected. My only worry would be that Tekel found a Sheeta, so how safe are they?
Yeah, if one can get through, they all can get through. So it's one of those things where you're turning a blind eye to the obvious. And I really ate up this fact that he was sealing off. He was getting, the Grand Poobah was getting what he wanted. He wanted complete and total control and domination through fear. So now he has this ultimate enemy that is going to come in and destroy them. So we must seal off the thing. We must protect ourselves. We must think of the community.
Right.
No, he's thinking of his own control. He's thinking of his own power. He's thinking of himself. And
well, exactly, he's thinking of himself, because let's keep ourselves underground, because if you guys think on any level that the Sheeta are wiping everybody out, the harrowing is coming, you're going to want to go to the surface, as the prophecy stated, and rule. You don't want our society to take over. And as he knows, if you go up to the surface, my power's gone.
Yep.
There's no need for submissionaries anymore because, the society's going to be able to branch out up there. Clarion's relationship with his sister is really, really great. It reminds me of the relationship that I had with my brother growing up, in the sense that when you are together so much, you often get on each other's nerves and tell on each other and do things to annoy each other for no reason other than to be a pain. And she knows Clarion wishes to explore it as much like his father. Clarion's definitely not a typical hero. He marches to his own drum. I wouldn't call him a hero. He's kind of like he likes stepping outside of the norm, being impure, but I wouldn't call him evil either. So he's not like the anti-hero type. He's kind of somewhere in the middle. He's a gray area that I find interesting about his character. I don't know, maybe you disagree with me.
Yeah, no, dude, I see him in some way. The way I kind of see him is he's neither good nor evil. He's neither hero nor villain. Mm-hmm. He is Clarion. He is his own person. He's going to dance and do his own things. Now, if given the choice between doing something nice and doing something destructive, I would guess he would probably do something nice, unless he was kind of curious about the destructive. So,
but I see it being nice with a twist.
Right.
And not necessarily going nice in as far as the person's going to come out and it's all a bed of roses. It's going to be like...
because we see in later issues where he does some good, but it's not pure. It's not Superman good.
Right.
So yeah.
And I think he gets just as interested in when he does something to help somebody, it's usually something where he's doing something nasty to somebody else, and it just happens to be convenient at the time to help that person as well, and he'll do that.
Right.
So whereas other people who are evil inherently would let that person just suffer. So, I mean, I do think there is that nice... I find the character refreshing because of that, actually. That he is that gray area.
Yeah, and I tell you, I dig the fact that the witch women have their own little secrets that they have.
Oh, yeah.
Because in a lot of, societies, we look at, the men as being the leaders and the domineering, native societies, with the Puritan religions. The men were the rulers, but the women had a definite point in the society and had a definite, what's the word, role, but not even role, because I don't want them to sound subjective to it. They had their own importance in their own ways. They had their own strengths that at time were called upon. And we're definitely seeing that in this society as well, which I was like, cool.
It's interesting what parallels this. I teach my kids about the Longhouse Indians because they happen to have settled in Geauga County, where my kids grew up. And actually in their tribe, the women, because they ran the house, they cooked, they cleaned, they kept, they maintained the gardens and things like that, and, raised the kids from that standpoint. They were the ones that picked the chief. They were the ones that when you walked into the house, it was the women's house. So they, it was funny, women couldn't vote when, we came over and we started the colonies. Men could vote, women couldn't. In their tribe, the men couldn't vote, the women could. And it would make sense because the women would know everybody, would observe everybody, they'd be more objective, as opposed to comrades on the battlefield with the warrior caste in this particular tribe. So I liked that whole distinction. And it did, it kind of applied to this in the sense that the women would have their own secrets because, again, observing everything going on around them. One woman talking about secrets that she learned from her husband to another woman, passing that on and combining secrets from others. They would then have a bigger picture and perhaps pick up more than even would be written in their books. So it's interesting that they have their own little sect, almost. The women, there's their own secret society, so to speak. Not quite on that level, but I mean, it's just, it's pretty close, though, in the sense that they do have those secrets that they hand on. Jude and the submissionaries are fighting against progress. The Witchman Parliament is looking for a solution to make Grundys less necessary and to increase production without them. Brother Jonah's steam engine, for example. Clarion is puzzled by Ezekiel's fear. It's the Sheeta won't bother them due to the harrowing, according to prophecy. But Ezekiel is more afraid of the political and religious battle that is coming within his own people. And he catches, the submissionaries are ones, that you have to watch out for what could be coming now. And I liked that, Ezekiel was old enough to be in the know. And having seen what happened to his father did affect him. And I liked that concept, too, that we saw that shame. But the shame didn't just end there. He was actually started questioning things because what he had to do to Dad. And I liked that because, if any of us made that mistake, if I did that or if you did that or something like that, you would hope that you were human. We would know, you and I know, we'd be human enough. If I had to do that to my father, I would definitely be human enough. That would have a huge effect on me.
Oh, big time, dude. That's... I can joke around about a lot of stuff, but the dead is usually where I don't cross the line. It's whether it's talking about celebrities, family, friends. There's always that time period where too soon. Yeah, too soon. Let's not even people I don't know. But it's still there's that line. It's the dead. You gotta respect the dead. You can insult any person you want that's still alive. Because one, they got a chance to defend themselves. But when the person's dead and gone, man, there's nothing but their memory of who they are, and to raise up and just force them into the labor camps like this. I was just like, oh man. I understood why they had it in the book, and I liked the usage of them. But I still was just like, oh man, that's just wrong.
Wait, and the Grundys can't even catch a break when Horrigal is created by the submissionaries. They all combine to, become this beast Horrigal, and they kill all of the Witchman Parliament, but leave the Grundys alive. Because you can keep working for us. There you go. Now, do you take it when they're branded as a Grundy that their sense of awareness is gone?
I
Or do you
took
think
it.
that's still there?
I took it. It's more like they're the Walking Dead, the zombie type thing. Any personal that they had, any personality they had was gone. So it's not. But it's not just. I took it kind of like as they're sealing off them from anything beyond it. So if like imagine you're in heaven enjoying paradise and you're sucked out of it and you're sealed because of this magic. That's how I took it. It went from being at peace to being tormented 24/7.
Yeah. Well, see, I could take that too. Because, see, part of me, I guess I kind of took it as there is some sense of awareness still in there, but their ability to fight against anything, to even speak against it, is now gone. And that's, to me, even more scary and creepy about the whole thing, is the fact that to be trapped in your body as a living jail, and to have some rudimentary form of awareness. Because, it may not be, on the level that you and I are, or, maybe somebody else more intelligent than us, but... But I mean, it was an interesting little thing. The Beast Horrigal that they turn into is left facing Clarion on the cliffhanger, and I did like this branches then into Manhattan Gardening, which we'll talk about in a little bit. I liked how these series started to intersect in ways that kind of made sense. Not kind of made sense, definitely made sense with their locations of characters and things, and how Morrison found ways that really fit to make this feel like a much larger and epic story. And it really did. I really liked it. It reminds me a lot of, again, going back to the Fourth World Omnibuses, I finally finished it. I finished all 4 volumes. I finished...
Wow.
And that to me is something I can't recommend. If you enjoyed this, I would definitely, if you didn't pick up all 4 volumes of that Jack Kirby work, a lot of what Morrison did here, he clearly used as some form of reference point what Kirby was trying to do in how he was intersecting events that were going on in those books. And that's just as much of an epic as this, and it's well worth seeking out and reading.
Now, got a little side question for you.
Sure.
You said one of your goals for the summer was to get 100% all caught up on your reading, and today was your first day back to work. Are you 100% caught up?
99.5%.
Okay.
The only series, I'll be totally honest with you, the only series I'm not caught up on that I'm just finishing up is 100 Bullets. And there's one other exception to that, Ex Machina, which I have been reading via trade, and I was so behind on that to start. It's been one of those that I've been like waiting until I got caught up on everything else to read. 100 Bullets is the only book right now that I'm behind on. So, and that includes like my backlog on some of the series that are now finished. So like Y the Last Man and stuff like that I started getting via trade. I went back and I finished Y the Last Man. So I'm really caught up American Virgin, things like that I started like. What happened was I started taking all my Vertigo books and going to trade, but then I decided to swap back, and I had such a weird backlog. Because what I found I was doing is if I was getting it in trade, I was setting the trades aside and still reading my monthlies first. So I started building this crazy backlog of trades. And then I'm like, well, I kind of want to go back to singles because obviously I was reading it. So I'm like, this is kind of silly. I'm like, I might as well jump back to the singles. And it was funny. I take it there's one other exception to this, Army at Love. I read what would be contained in Volume 1 in single issues, so then I just bought Volume 2 in the trade. So the trade sat, fitting my whole theory that, when I buy these trades, they're just going to go sit there. And I bought... Now the second season, the first issue of that came out, and I'm back on monthlies on that. So I read that, and it's actually a great book. I won't spoil anything about that book right now, but if you haven't read Army at Love, the first issue of the second season, they use the author Rick Veet to explain everything that happened before. Enough that if you didn't read any of it, you would at least have a basic understanding of who the characters are. Obviously, there would be more value into having read the whole thing, but it's an interesting jumping on point for that series. Wait, we're getting way off on a tangent.
That was just going to be a quick question, and you just ran
What's a quick question on this show?
Silly me. I should have known better.
There is no such thing. Do we do yes and no questions? Let's go to Shining Knight number 2. There's this cool bit where the police speculate on whether or not Justin is a superhero. Within the DC universe, that would be the first thing that would come to mind with a winged horse, and I liked that. Justin escaped from the police cruiser, and the Warrior, acquired one of their guns. Interesting that he wouldn't shoot the police officer. He can't speak their language at the moment to explain the Sheeta threat, but won't kill a fellow knight either, and I did like that whole concept. He takes a bullet, but the armor saved him. He recovers, but And this action bit was pretty cool. Okay, he can't shoot fellow knights, but there's no rules against beating them up with a bumper.
He recognized that that he had to get away. He had to figure out what was going on.
Oh, sure.
It's the knightly duty to defend the land, and he couldn't do that being contained. And I like how
and defending against the Sheeta, because he doesn't know when he is, much less where he is, and he can't get any information from anybody.
Yeah, but I gotta say how much I just love the fact that he did recognize that these were fellow warriors, these were fellow knights, and it was the crest on the the crest on the shoulder, and that's typical. And it's funny. One of the reasons police officer uniforms look like they look are for these reasons. They don't go into like a battle, like a combat harness, because they don't want to look like they're soldiers. They want to look approachable. They want the shield broad and bold on the chest to say, yes, I am somebody you can trust. I am a friend. And it's just, there's a lot of psychology to develop behind a police officer's uniform, and I like the fact that we saw that in the comic.
Yeah, absolutely. He grabs his sword and escapes, and quickly realizes that he's not in Kansas anymore, Toto. I like how his heart sinks at being in a place so unfamiliar, setting him up to be an easy target for Guilt, the level 7 mood destroyer. What an interesting weapon, and similar in theme to a slight extent to what is happening in Batman R.I.P. Rather than kill him physically, break Justin mentally. He spent 10,000 years in the castle and is being tortured by what happened to those he loved, knowing it is ages past, he can do nothing about it. He is hopeless and powerless. His escape put him in a position where he could not help them on any level. And, being accused of running away. And I love that bit. Kingdoms committed suicide, the Sheeta Queen rode across the graves of Camelot, and I love the pacing of this bit, slow and calculated. We see the visual torment, as well as the mental, in the great Simone Bianchi art, and it was, ooh.
Oh, dude, man, talk about just a mental mind F to go with him. Like saying, all this nasty stuff happened. All of this destruction. Your ancestors were dug up and enslaved. All this happened because you ran away. What would have happened if Justin, the knight who ran away? And it was just like, oh, man, it was one of those things I was reading it going, what are they and it was just one of those buildings where I was just like, yes, this is cool.
We see the Maestro, and it's interesting tie-in to what we learn later about the Newsboy Legion. That he was a member of the Newsboy Legion, which I really liked, and that we'll discuss that more in Volume 2 when we get there. He's Vincenzo, the Undying Don. Great character. He has the corrupt police force brought him the winged horse belonging to Justin. Do you think the horse recovered due to the cauldron, or the horse's own or the horse's own magical nature as a relative of Pegasus? Like, why do you? Because he recovered a couple of times, and
I took it as it's the mystic nature of the Pegasus.
Yeah, because he didn't really dip into the cauldron every time. No. So, okay. I took it that way, too. I love the horse feather's name. It reminds me of my favorite Marx Brothers movie, which kind of really just added the whole little twist to the whole thing. We learn that Don has his own share of wounds that he recovers due to the cauldron. Justin's being attacked again mentally, trying to drive him to suicide, eating garbage, learning the Sheeta are back again. He sits next to an old man in a top hat, and again, another of the Newsboy Legion from Volume 2. He's about to be attacked by some thugs when Justin goes to protect him. A knight needs someone to protect. This bullying was supposed to break him further, and it doesn't. It actually almost starts snapping him awake, as now he has an opportunity to step up and be that chivalrous knight again, that one. Back to Vincenzo. When he goes to feed horse feathers, he learns the horse can talk. And, of course, his surprise is short-lived. The Sheeta have come for his cauldron, and Vincenzo takes an arrow straight through him. Go ahead.
Vincenzo. It's not Vincenzo.
Okay, Vincenzo, whatever.
Vincenzo.
There's no H.
But that's the pronunciation of it, though. It's Vincenzo.
Well, it's wrong. Okay, Vincenzo.
Hey, you correct me whenever I butcher some creator's name, so I'm correcting you now.
But he's not a creator.
But he's a character.
He's the maestro.
Yeah.
Vincenzo.
Thank you.
You happy?
Yes, I am very happy.
All right. It's the mob, led by Vincenzo, versus the Sheeta, who took an arrow through his throat. Morrigu makes his move. Justin recovers, and his Sheeta tormentor vanishes. You know, in the Underdog story from the Fourth World Omnibus, Darkseid makes references that when virtue vanishes, it has a nasty way of coming back. And Justin refuses to let virtue die when a Knight of Camelot still exists. Arguably one of the true hero archetypes in Seven Soldiers. You know, in the sense that it's pretty clear that Justin's a hero. Because, he'll sit there and even in the worst odds, he still fights to do the right thing. That's what I really like about Justin as a character. Ali Kazum and Justin talk. Horse feathers comes out of his mouth. And did Ali help him to speak, perhaps through a spell? Is that what you took that as? Because all of a sudden, through this whole segment, he can understand him now.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah. So it was the magician.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I took it as, too. Justin now understands our language. And I like that it was addressed on some level. That we kind of got to see that moment where, rather than just all of a sudden, wow, he can speak, and there's, no explanation, it was actually because of something. An Age of Darkness needs a shining knight. Justin has gone through a major mental trial here, and the best is yet to come.
Yeah, I tell you, that whole inner dialogue that he had, at that ending was just probably one of those cool hoorah moments, And it wasn't just, the ending was a cool ending line, but even before that, old men would make false judgments, legislators would make unjust laws, warriors would betray one another, men would become thieves, and virtue would vanish from the world. No, not while one Knight of Camelot endures. I was reading, I was just like, yes, because I am a huge Camelot fan. I always have any of the movies, any time of the books I've read them all. The whole essence of what is Camelot. And it's just this cool thing. And I was just like, yes, this is the last Knight of Camelot is on Earth and is fighting for truth, justice, and the American way and all that other cool stuff. And
I know everything I know about Camelot through the Holy Grail.
Oh, God. The football bunny.
Because they had coconuts and all that stuff.
Now, here's just something I didn't notice the first time through. There was a guy wearing a Superman kind of like shirt with glasses, and he kind of had the Superman hair. Dropped some coins in Ali's hat. I caught that at the second and third time through is when I saw it. I was like,
I took it as a
little nod to Clark, and I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, that was fun. I liked that. It really was one of those interesting stories. I love that you let me just go on and on with Vincenzo.
Well, I did. I tried. I kept waving, and you just ignored me.
I said it like 700 times before that. So.
Yeah, I know. But I eventually told you.
Vincenzo. All right, let's go to Guardian number 2. I really liked how these stories started to intermix slightly more and more. We've already seen Justin's story intermix with characters from the Newsboy Legion and Guardian. Now we see Guardian intermix with Clarion. The Sheeta story is overarching, and when we last left the Guardian, he was trying to rescue his wife and was hanging from the back of a pirate train. The art here is really solid with all the action, tiny little details like Soapy's burning bones and the Guardian bouncing around behind the train work. And I was glad that we saw that too. The Guardian actually suffered some battle damage as this was going on. I liked that. Allbeard cuts the chain, and I do like that, like I said, we see him limping after the fall. Realistic elements to his story. It shows a heroic side that he presses on in spite the injury. This is, his wife after all. And I liked that. I liked that aspect of him. The homeless pirate bits remind me kind of Neil Gaiman's story Neverwhere. The homeless have this secret underground society. In this case, the secret train tunnels that they use with different pirate sects battling each other, and I really liked that. They are both seeking a treasure, and the Guardian goes with No Beard to try and find his wife, and then they run over Horacle from Clarion. I'm a huge pirate theme fan, so I ate this story up.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah, because it's just one of those moments where, and I do like how their association comes about. He looks like he can handle himself in a fight, meaning Guardian, and they have a common enemy, and it would make sense that No Beard would take whatever help he can get. Of course, I do like how the pirate questions how he would know that the Guardian would not turn on him, considering their society does that all the time. The President Clinton catches up with Allbeard, who is throwing people off the train. He's clearly nuts, feeling that it is all a sacrifice to put blood on the tracks. Carla is spared because she will now chronicle his visions, which are clearly delusional. But, with certain, I'm sure there's certain elements of truth, as, we're going through them as well. So it's very strange.
It's a great way to stay alive. Oh, yeah, I can write, even if you couldn't.
But his visions do lead to commentary about radioactive tiles and things like that. Jake's superhero confidence, superhero cool rally cry really worked for me. I would be nervous climbing around a speeding train. train, but again, this is his wife. He needs to get to the train before she gets thrown off, and there's a great action sequence with him leaping to the train, and then leaping in through the door, feet first, using the shield as a battering ram. Allbeard again reciting prophecies, and, a god in burning shackles. He shifts his attention to the cannon and blasts the Clinton. Instead of ropes, the chains connect the two trains, and it's so cool that the wheel is tied before they board. This is a modern-day, swashbuckling adventure, and that really worked. Jake gets to his wife and all the other captives. Allbeard and No Beard face off. Allbeard is still the most concerned with his prophecies. Even through all that, it's kind of like everything else around him is secondary. I found myself captivated by his ramblings, as he was going on and how into him he was. The train crashes and some really well-written bits happen here. Jake is not Superman or a traditional hero. He tried his best, but there are casualties. The man berating him for a rescue where a girl's neck gets broken. Is her neck broken before we started all this?
Oh, God, dude.
That adds the human quality.
I laughed with that one because I know it was, when I first saw the page, I saw her laying there. I'm like, wait a minute. Then I read his dialogue. I'm like, okay, I'm glad they mentioned it because it was one of those, kind of sick, ways, but it was funny.
It was Gal's humor.
Yeah.
He did his best, and that's what true heroes do, though, and I really liked that. Sad moment when Hans dies, and I felt bad for No Beard. You were only just okay. Allbeard is the best pilot. Now, this is the one, he's getting dissed by his crew.
Yeah.
And this is the person who was his hands, because he didn't have any. He had two hooks. So, and
I'm glad Hans is dead. I really am. With that little comment right there, I was like, you're a little turd. I'm glad you're gone.
Really, exactly. But he has no hands now. So, Allbeard and No Beard climb looks through like blue water, and which to me it was like some form of radioactive waste.
Yeah.
I didn't take it as, blue water as in something from the cauldron or something like that, because it really has a negative effect on these guys.
Yeah, a little bit.
I love the bits with the dice. Even you live, odds you die, with Allbeard. And Bill Brazil and Jake and Carla escape. And I love the bits where Bill keeps introducing himself to Jake due to shock. Jake leaves behind his helmet, which again leaves something for a little connecting thread later on, which was a very subtle one. Carla's worried about her dad. This will lead to more turmoil later.
We had the famous last lines, everything is going to be fine, baby. I promise. It was just like, oh no,
you're not Superman,
come
dude.
On, man.
So Larry, of course, died.
Yeah.
And Jake is encouraged by Ed to make Larry proud. He saved the man's daughter, and the Guardian circulation is up. I have to admit, I would follow a paper with its own superhero.
Oh, God, yeah.
How cool would that be?
Guardian, this was the character that, as I said, he was the first one I read, but he was also the one after everything was said and done. I was like, okay, I really like this guy. I'd like to see more of him. He's he's not the Kryptonian. He's the everyday average guy who is doing his best, and he's a pretty cool character. This is one they could have taken this character and done follow-up stuff with him, and I would have definitely picked them up.
I do like the way this was crafted with the Subway Pirates story coming to a close, so we get to see more of the Guardian exploring different angles and getting a sense of time progression, and seeing him going after different articles and things as well. I would love to see more of this character. Honestly, he would make a cool series or even a backup to a title. And I'm a big fan of, there's a lot of characters I think that DC has to keep a book moving that perhaps is in a building stage for a big arc. Imagine if you have a very exciting backup story running in that same book. I would love to see some of that. I'd actually pay a little bit more for a title to get a little bit more story each month. I was a big fan of backups, and they can be very engaging and riveting stories. And this is a character that's begging either be his own book or if they don't feel he can carry it to be in a backup.
Yeah, you could actually pair him up with either more established heroes or somebody that it would fit that he would be a part of it. Like Question. I could see Question and Guardian working together. I could see Nightwing and Guardian working together.
Sure.
Stuff like it, just like the investigation, the regular everyday person stepping up and doing what's right type of hero along with him. Either him a guest in their comic, or as you said, like a backup, or I don't know, just something. This is a character that they should do more with, and we've seen appearances of other members of the Seven Soldiers. This is the one I really wish they would have brought in somewhere else.
I'd love to see a DC Universe anthology title. And it's kind of sad because I think anthology titles are hit or miss and usually wind up being in the miss category when they deal with characters like this, unfortunately. But it is one of the things, people a lot of times are, are there any books you're not enjoying in the line? One of the reasons why I think I'm enjoying exploring a whole universe, and I'm sure people that are reading all of the Marvel Universe are experiencing the same thing, one of the things I enjoy about exploring the whole universe is there are smaller characters that I'm reading right now that I'm really enjoying as well, and there's a lot of value to seeing some of their progression. And there's kind of an interesting... because of the fact that their characters are not so historical canon, that people, when they get into danger, there's some actual real danger there.
Yeah, these guys could die at any point in time, and
Larry was a
be
pretty big character
yeah.
in this, and had a major effect on this guy, and Larry is no more. Those are some interesting little twists and turns that come in. Let's talk about Zatanna number 2. Ryan Sook and Mick Gray work well together with Zatanna. Reading this again made me excited for her upcoming solo series. She is a character I've been enjoying since Identity Crisis. She'll be interesting in the spotlight, and Deanie's the perfect choice to write her because I've enjoyed her greatly in Detective Comics.
And here's the thing: the Seven Soldiers was probably my strongest introduction to Zatanna, because I really didn't read her stuff before when she was Justice League or any of the the Identity Crisis or any of that stuff. I wasn't reading comics then. So when we first started talking Zatanna, this is my introduction to her. So it was kind of cool to see her down and out and then come back. So it's like you see the growth, not the growth, but the return of the hero. So it's kind of like, I enjoyed it. Yeah.
A lot of times when you get to see the best qualities of the hero,
right.
When you see them do that and really where their powers and get inside their head, which is always more interesting to me when I feel like I know them at the end of something. I like seeing weaknesses in characters and how they overcome them. Are you excited for her solo series?
Oh, big time.
Yeah. I think this is one that I'm just really going to be really into every month. It's going to be another one of those that I think is going to be a surprise hit.
I'm hoping. I really am, because I'm starting to dig more of the magic universe of DC.
I am too.
And so I'm hoping that and not to take away from her, but I'm hoping there's more other magical heroes in this with her. Not just magical villains she's up against, but other magical heroes. I'd like to see her, and Shadowpact do some stuff. Her and Dr. Fate, or, I don't know. I'd like to see a little bit more.
Yeah. There's definitely some avenues to explore some things in some realms that we don't usually see. Right from the opening, we see Zatanna's Mystery Man is following her in the raindrops, in the sky, etc. Another creepy mood, that you kept seeing that face just about everywhere. Magic and dice played out in The Guardian, and we see it now in Zatanna. The dialogue between Zatanna and her new protege is great. References to the American Idol generation and telling her that the superhero life isn't as glamorous as it seems are themes that the Super Young team will more than likely be facing soon in the final crisis. Zatanna was the only one in the meeting that could see Misty, which was an interesting little tidbit. She wants to get her far away from the harm and back home, which fits the hero role. It's like, I don't want to be responsible for anything that might happen to you. Cassandra Kraft's shop fits the Zatanna universe. Weird and unusual objects, such as the Sheeta in a jar. And, before they broke in, or as they broke in, Cassandra almost shoots them with an enchanted talking crossbow because Cassandra can't see. The shapeless one, she does that reference to, is this the Golden Age, or is this a made-up one, and is following Zatanna.
With the shop and just how you're saying how it just fits so well into it.
Oh, yeah.
These were some of the stuff where there was little funny moments in Zatanna where she's, right before they walk in and they got a crossbow pointing at her, Zatanna's telling Misty, hey, this is a great place, you're going to love her, she's going to love you, and then, whoa, going to get killed here, hold on. It was just little stuff like that in this title that made me go, okay, I'm digging this. And I also like that when Zatanna is schooling Misty, it's not just schooling her on magic. It's schooling her on the nature of being a hero and just how difficult the hero life is. It's not about, just casting a spell, blasting the bad guy, doing doing the right thing.
Signing autographs.
Right, signing autographs. There's more to the whole being a hero than just the pop and circumstance, the flash, that's cool stuff. And she's making sure her protege or this kid she can either use it to discourage her, or if she's going to go through with it, she's going in with her eyes wide open. She's not going to get blindsided by the negative side of a hero.
Very creepy that we see, again, the water in the window. We see him. Right as the raindrops are splashing on the window. Gwydion is the name of the shapeshifter, which could be an early form of Merlin, and I do like how this on some level ties into the Sheeta. Zatanna plans to use the weapons and magic items to booby-trap the place. I love pets in comics. Prowley and Misty meet, and the Phantom Stranger is discussed. 2 years ago, he stopped by and left to pick up some bread from the corner shop, and it fits his wanderings. I liked that whole little, it was a little satire, but not overdone. At the time this came out, Zatanna had been through a lot, including identity crisis. She lost her mojo. I think her belief in herself and had no powers. And there's some great bits where, Cass has been selling knockoff rings from TNT and Dynamite, which ties all the way back now to Seven Soldiers Zero. It would make sense that this would be a lucrative business in a magic shop. Learn to fool the experts, second rule of magic. This fits, magic as illusion, which, adds to that whole thing that we see today. And I like that concept. That means, when we see magicians, you wonder to yourself, just because you're read the fantasy world of comics, what's real and what's not, and that's fun.
Yeah, misdirection. It's the first rule of magic.
Bingo.
And I was eating that up throughout this whole thing, and especially you see in Z, she's in the armory. First thing she's doing, okay, I got a fight coming up. Let me get armored up. Let me make sure I'm ready to throw down. And I was just like going, yes, this is cool.
Misty moves around silently in a way that makes Cass nervous. I think this is because she is blind, but also because Cass may sense some truths about Misty that we find out later. Usually people who are blind or have lost a sense are very sensitive in other areas. And obviously with her mystical, sensitivity as well, we get she gets a vibe from her that nobody else does. And I like, where this goes. Who is the big man with the accent asking for Zatanna? I don't know who you took that as, Jim. Was it Melmoth? Was it her dad? I am thinking her dad, or maybe even Ali Kazum, because of the ozone smell. It's a ghost looking for the books. And the interesting part that made the confusion for me, and why I didn't think it was Ali Kazum necessarily immediately, the clean clothes. He's wearing this clean, very pinstriped, sharp suit, which made me think, and her dad was wearing a similar hat to Ali Kazum, so I didn't know if it was Ali Kazum or her dad, because we never get a close look at the face. But then, just to show you that I took it one psychic step further, or crazy psycho step further, I went and looked back and studied the picture. The hands, it's Ali Kazum. They're dark hands. So,
okay, yeah. I was going to say the whole time I thought it was Ali Kazum.
Yeah.
But,
I'm just kind of skimmed through where my head was at the whole thing, and I looked for the hands, and the color tones in the hands are what gave it away right away, at least for me. Cass has Allie's trunk, which also plays out in Guardian. I like how all of these objects and people have stories that play out elsewhere. There is a Newsboy Army murder case, and this led to Allie cracking. Besides counterfeit rings, she's also forged Zatanna's signature. Even a blind person can forge your signature, and she proved it. Of course, you would work on a simpler method to sign books, and such if you're famous. You don't want your hands to fall off. My hands hurt just from grading papers. So I really do appreciate, the fact that, when you're signing hundreds of novels or comic books or whatever, or thousands of them, depending on, what kind of long boxes people bring, you would need kind of a shorthand way to kind of sign your name. And that's why I think we see a lot more of people using symbols and, their own little kind of way to simplify their signature for that purpose. I found that interesting. When Zatanna tries on his hat, which matches Ollie's and her father's again, so I was still slightly confused. That's why I had to look back 50 times. The words in the book Misty is looking at change to that of the shapeless one's face. And I love how he can even, turn himself into letters in a book. This was so cool. He's the letter G that pops out of the book, turns into the clone of the cat. Even powerless, she takes on the shapeshifter. In her gladiatorial arena, as she calls it, as a hero, her main concern is for the others to get out to safety. Zatanna plays this all very well, forcing the cat to change to fire, then to gas, and getting info on the unnamed supreme architect of the universe who sent Gwydion. Just trying to, as a hero, not look at just the battle, but at what I'm going to do after the battle and where this is going to lead.
She's a pro. Yeah. It's and that was something that I really got out of this was Zatanna isn't just a B superhero. She is a pro. She knows how to fight the fight. She knows what to do, and it's more than just saying words backwards. It is a knowledge of magic. It's a knowledge of nature of magic, but it's also a knowledge of fighting. There's some wonderful classic combat, styles and just mindset of, you can see she trained with the Justice League. You can see
worked with the best.
Yeah, she trained with the best of the best. So I was eating this up, that even without access to her main weapon, she still is a dangerous foe, and that is a testimony of a true hero.
Absolutely. And the nice part is the distinction of her as a veteran to the other 6 soldiers within this.
Yeah.
And arguably, even with the exception of Vigilante, the heroes in issue 0 as well. So it really does, she stands out as something a little bit different, and I really liked that. The humor bits really work here. Not only does she show confidence, but her joking keeps her brave, that's again a veteran move. She slips into her most comfortable role, that of a performer, coops him into her hat, and sends him into the mirror. Imagine you were my ideal man. Now imagine this is our first argument. She blasts the mirror, breaking him into shards and telling him that is reality. And that, my friend, is how you tell some badass lines in a comic book. I really liked this one. This is a great issue. It's a great satire on comics in general, how heroes cause a ton of damage but don't pay, and Cass assumes that's what's going to happen here. And, this half of her story ends with her ideal man trapped in a jar like a mini pet, and I love the relationship satire as well. The Phantom Stranger shows up and comments on how it is clear some dark event happened due to storm clouds, and he has the bread that he promised, brought actually 2 loaves because he wasn't sure what kind.
Yeah. Was it white or wheat?
Yeah. Very solid read. Like Guardian, it breaks up into 2 phases, and I liked that. I liked the fact that it, because it kind of split up as far as when it was released, and we'll see more of this when we talk next week about Volume 2, more of what's going on with Zatanna. I liked, though, the spacing out a little bit of how this story worked in a couple of arcs, and it was really well crafted. So this is one, again, I'm excited to see more solo Zatanna, and this issue is one of the reasons why. This actually brings us to the end of Volume 1, finally, Jim. After how long we finally got back to that, and next week we'll finish and tackle Volume 2. But I really enjoy Seven Soldiers. Now, in your case, I remember when we read and did Seven Soldiers initially, you weren't going to pick up and own Seven Soldiers. You were kind of like, I enjoyed it, I was glad I read it. I read it like, 3 times or so for the show, but, I'm ready to move on. I don't see myself as owning this. Then you bought it. Are you glad you bought it now? Is this a series that you see yourself reading over and over again? What led to the purchase? I'm interested in, what at this point, because it's very different.
Right.
I actually listened back to our conversation at episode 50.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was interesting now to see that. What led you to pick it up?
It's interesting. The first time when we did this, I borrowed the individuals from my brother. And that's how I did my notes. That's how I did the initial reading through and all that stuff. Well, I've since given them back to my brother. And at first I was thinking, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to pick this up. I was still kind of hemming and hawing before Final Crisis came out. When we said we were going to get back to this, I was thinking, do I really need to pick up? Yeah, I probably need to. And I was still kind of on the fence, and I was actually thinking about maybe seeking out the individuals because I could probably find them pretty good reduced rates maybe or whatnot. But when we had Seven Soldiers Volume 1 as our book of the month and the outstanding discount, I was like, I might as well pick it up. And I picked it up and I read it through, for the show. And then when I reread it through the first time and in chronological order, not in order of miniseries, I was like, damn, this is good. And that right there is what sold me on it.
Okay.
I'd read each one individually, done my notes individually, and I still wasn't going to pick it up. But it took that jive of reading them through, seeing the overall flow of what's going to happen, how it's going to happen, how the stuff is supposed to be read, that made me say, wow, okay, I get why there are people who dig this. I get why there are people who like Seven Soldiers, who want to talk about it. I'm like, okay. And that's what really prompted me to pick up when the second volume came out, we had the discount. I'm like, chung, jumped on that. When third volume comes out in discount, I'm picking that up as well. It's, this is, I'm going to pick this up and own it because it did sell me on, what is Seven Soldiers of Victory? What is the whole overall flow of these other stories tied together?
You validated, though, the importance of reading it in release order.
Oh, definitely. And I highly recommend anybody read it in the trade order. If you have the individual issues, read it in the order it's supposed to be. If you don't have the trade,
it was
pick
the order
up the
that was
trade.
released.
Yeah,
So
the order was released.
Right. So you don't have to have the trade in order to have this experience. If you've got the single issues, just read them in the order they were released. That's interesting.
Yeah,
it's
it
an
definitely was.
validation.
I definitely enjoyed it a lot more going that route.
Yeah, because it was funny when we talked about in episode 50, as I mentioned on that show and leading up to it, as we were talking about on the forum, Morrison always said that these could be read independently, and he crafted them that way, but then there were linking threads in between. I read them in release order, so it was something I could never comment on, but I was like, well, this is the way Morrison crafted the way he wanted it. But really, you've just verified that and validated that it's a much more enjoyable experience for you to have read it.
Yeah. And I did enjoy the individuals. When I read it all of the one, it did read like a complete story, and I was like, oh, okay. But it really took reading them in the order that I was supposed to, that I got the groove of what he's trying to say, and what, you can see just the little subtle stuff of, the nature of a hero. Who is a hero? What makes a hero? And just, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see.
But for you, it made it actually, you were very glad that you own it now,
yeah.
Whereas before you were not.
Right.
Or you weren't interested because you borrowed them from your brother. You weren't interested in purchasing it at all. So I do find that an interesting distinction now. Next week we will continue on with Volume 2. I do urge you to go to the forums. There are some wonderful. It's actually a huge discussion at this point because of how long it took us to get back to this. Where people are in the forums talking about it's in our Volume 1 thread. Where people are talking about various religious and historical references within Seven Soldiers that. There's some connections that they made in there that are quite interesting. They weren't connections that I made, but it's obviously they were pulling from a lot of knowledge that they had or research that they did, and it's worth checking out because I found it incredibly interesting. So I didn't want to go and take their work and put it on here unless I was going to really do it justice. And for me to do that, I would almost have to have their experience with it. Yeah. I don't know if you've read any of that, any of the forum thread for that.
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah, I mean, there's really some interesting things going on in that.
Yeah, and there was a couple stuff I wanted to steal, and I was like, I can't pass on. I'm like,
that's why I'd rather just reference it to the forum where people can actually join into that discussion and maybe add to it. So there's a Seven Soldiers thing. What I'll probably do? I'll pin it along with this episode back up at the top, so people can kind of continue and join in a Seven Soldiers chat along with it, because we're going to be jumping right to Volume 2, and then they can go to Volume 3 when we do that as well. So
that's good, because we don't have a lot of pinned topics on our forum.
No, we don't.
Yeah, and so we probably could use a couple more.
Easily. Yeah. Well, maybe if somebody posted some more and actually helped moderate, we wouldn't have that problem. Set yourself up for that one.
I did.
Mr. How many posts?
What? It's a respectable number now.
What's your Facebook account, Jim?
Well, it is.
I handle all 90% of the show communication.
But you're so good at it, though.
Oh, thanks.
Dude, man, you're the man. You're the man. You're the technical wizard, man.
I appreciate that.
Hello, Sean and Jim.
Speaking of the forum and some listener topics, I want to do some listener emails, but I got an interesting Ask Dr. Norge, which I thought was really cool. The question came up, and it periodically comes up from listeners who are new to the show or have been listening for a while, about how adding some negative criticism into our show would improve the segments in some capacity. And the problem is, I've got to be honest, if I added it in, I'd be making stuff up. I've got to be honest with you. I've been reading comics, well over 30 years now. And I've never, and you have to just trust me on this one, I have never dropped a comic due to lack of enjoyment. And one of the reasons why I do such lengthy top bullets is to show that there is a hierarchy to my enjoyment. I've dropped comics due to economic reasons. And when I do, then I go to, well, okay, I'm enjoying this one just slightly more than this one. And, I really look at, what can I afford? And if it's 5 titles, well, then, I start with my top tier 5 titles. That's where our top 5 and our top bullets would come in. But there's a lot of other great titles. I've never dropped a title due to lack of enjoyment. And, I'm not just talking about DC. I've read comics, Independence, Marvel, whatever. And even Independence, you're kind of pigeonholing that into one category, and that's not really fair because that's so vast. I've never done that in my life. It's really, my big problem is I don't have the time or the money to even read as many comics as I would like to. So, and time does become another factor in there as well, as in, like, I would love to read so much more than I do, but, as I mentioned, I got a backlog that was, going with my comics and all that. What about for you, Jim? I mean, you, out of the two of us, I've got to say that out of the two of us, and throughout the show, you've been a little bit more critical. And I don't mean that in a bad way, especially when we started the show. And one of the reasons why we changed the show is because you became more of a fanatical fan, and we kind of realized we were getting redundant. We used to do our spoiler-free summaries, but then, I listened to them back as we were doing them, and I said, Jim, we're saying the same thing for every doggone book, that we liked it, and because you got to keep it spoiler-free, so we were saying the same lines over and over again because you and I both agreed that we liked the book. I found that the interesting part was the why. Because a lot of times why you like a book versus why I like a book, what you speculate about a book versus what I speculate about a book, that's where some huge distinctions and differences come in, showing the difference in the reading experience that even people maybe who don't like that type of book would find is interesting commentary and discussion. That's where our show kind of headed, because it was an interest of saying, hey, this is kind of who we are, and this is the experience we're having. But Jim, what about you? What are some reasons you've dropped titles? Because I know, like, I'll talk to you sometimes. You'll be saying, "Well, I'm not reading this title anymore. I'm getting it through trade," or "I didn't really pick that up." And you definitely do have a little bit more of a distinction than I do. What are reasons that you would drop a title or go to trade on a title, or what is, how far off are you from me? Or
well, I've dropped titles because I wasn't enjoying them. It wasn't giving me what I wanted out of it. Like Army of Love, I picked up the first couple of issues. I was reading, I was like, okay, yeah, this is a little bit quirky, a little bit different, But then it kind of like went over the hump and started into like some weird freaky magic, mystic. And I was just like I'm just not feeling this, So I dropped that title, that Dead Man one that I picked up a couple of that one, and I was just like, I read through a full arc of it, and I was like, it just, if it doesn't click with me, if it doesn't get to me, then I drop it. And
you're talking about the Vertigo Dead Man?
Yeah, the Vertigo Dead Man. Sorry.
No, I was just curious. I was like trying to register in my head what Dead Man book is he talking about, and you haven't read any of the old
right
Neil Adams Dead Man, have you?
No.
Okay.
No. So, but yeah, so that just kind of gets me. Now with going to trade, it's usually it's about my sheer volume of reading I have to do. Because, I'll like, okay, I'm going to go this title to trade, not because I'm just not enjoying it, but because it would be easier for me to sit down and read a full trade of it. Mm-hmm. And it's mostly my Vertigo titles that I'm doing that with, just because Vertigo, I know is going to be traded. Two, it's not the DC universe, not in continuity, so I'm like, okay, I can give myself some time before I read it, and I was finding I was stockpiling the Vertigo and Wildstorm stuff sometimes because I'm keeping up with the different DCU stuff going on, so I figured, okay, this is a good thing to go to trade. Now, there's some stuff that I'm not going to trade, like I didn't do Northlanders, that's monthly, that was the floppies. Mm-hmm. I did Vinyl Underground, Young Liars, those are things that I had to get those just because those stories were just so gripping. I was like, yes, I have to get this.
Okay.
DMZ, Scalped, wonderful, amazing stories. I'm loving them. But I wasn't like going, I have to read this. I had, Vinyl Underground. I had Young Liars. So I was like, okay, so let me put that into trade. I can go trade on that route.
Let me ask you a question with the trades you get. See, what I found was with the trades I got, series that I was really enjoying, and this you don't have to agree with me on this. We all have different experiences. I found when I went to trades on my Vertigo stuff, I was stockpiling it because I was taking books that when I was getting them monthly, I was reading immediately. I switched them over to trade, and I was stockpiling the trades, and I found that I was missing them because of that. Do you find those books that you're talking about, like DMZ, you said Scalp, they're books that you're really enjoying, do you find you get to the trades, or do you find that they're collecting, is your experience different than mine at all in those books, or... Did they go to trade because... Go ahead.
Yes and no. Some of them, the trades are stockpiling. Some of them I get immediately and read immediately. Okay. And part of it, I think, is because whether I started from the beginning on trades like 100 Bullets, okay. I'm stockpiling that big time. I'm not getting to it. Why the Last Man? It's another one I'm stockpiling, even though I'm enjoying both of those, but I didn't start like the monthlies. DMZ, Scalp, jumping on that right away.
Okay.
So
if you were already reading them monthly,
I usually
they converted easily into the trade?
Yeah. And basically what I would do is I had to wait. I had a long waiting period until I get to a trade, that's solicited through DCBS. I get it there, and then I go back and I get the trades through in-stock trade for the fill-in, so I have the full run-in trades.
See, I found that I was stockpiling so many trades, I'm like, this is stupid. I'm not getting to them. So it's like I've either got to be able to get caught up during the summer and start reading them monthly, or I'm going to drop them because of time. And the time really was the factor for me, because I'm like...
Yeah, time's a huge factor with
I'm
me.
looking at, financially my investment. I don't have a limit. I actually, realistically, I'm probably overspending what I would probably want to. So that's why I was looking at them like, all right, if I'm not able to get to it, because a lot of it, too, is the show. I'm being totally honest. That's not a violin thing, or you and I will read things 2, 3, sometimes 4 times to prepare for an episode. And when you do that, especially if we're doing multiple issues on a show, that takes away from time I could be reading other books. Especially now that I'm back into my work,
Yeah, and plus sometimes you need a break. Like I need to make time for myself to play City of Heroes, just because I need to get and I'm finding I'm playing it a little bit more now because I need to get that break.
Sure.
I need a complete break away from superhero stuff, and I'll watch some TV or I'll do something online, just non-superhero related, non-comic. I need that break away from this, and I need to break away from that. It's so there's a lot of shifting and shuffling and whatnot.
I got Uncharted for the PlayStation 3, and every so often it's like I want to go play City of Heroes, but then I'm like, I just got to get it. I'm with you. I got to not do a superhero thing for a bit. And I love City of Heroes. It's just a matter of, I'll go play that because it's story-driven, it's not an MMO, and it's totally unrelated to, comic books in any way, and it's kind of a nice little breather. And it's not that I don't love comics, it's just that I think, we read them so much. It keeps me jazzed and reinvigorated then when I go do something else. Then I'm like, oh yeah, I'll go to bed that night and I'll read like 3 or 4 comics, and I'm like really jazzed and excited to read them. And that, it becomes what comics are for me, entertaining and invaluable. I've never, though, it's one of the reasons, like, why don't you guys talk about negative stuff? Believe me, if I drop a comic, I'll talk about it on the show. I think I'm all about, like, if I think something's going to be an interesting topic. All-Star Batman was a great comic. Where a great example of where it was a comic I was liking, but I was finding fault with, the lead character. So I talked about it on the show immediately because I'm like, okay, this is an interesting topic. Not just because I was being negative about Batman in it, but because I found that I was still coming back to the book because I found so many of his supporting cast engaging. So I'm like, this is a really interesting discussion because I couldn't drop this book in a million years, but I hate the main character. And that was an interesting emotional response. But if I ever dropped a book, I'd shout out about it on the show because I'm sure people would be interested. I just wouldn't hold your breath if I haven't done it in 30 years. I don't think I'm going to start doing it now.
Yeah,
it's not the kind of, and that doesn't mean that somebody's wrong. If, their podcast, they tend to be more, balanced as far as how they do their criticism. This is just the kind of comic fan I am, and I'm not all of a sudden going to...
Yeah, we're not going to change. This is
I'm
who
not
we are.
going to lie to
it's
somehow make my show, quote-unquote, more edgy.
Yeah, and this is who we are. And in a way, we do, in life, we accentuate the positive of stuff. And it's because you think about it, for me... I went through a very dark period of my life where I did look for the negative. I did look for the gloom and the doom in life, and I was not a fun person to be around. I was the weird, creepy kid that was on suicide watch by the different people because they're like, okay, what's he going to do today? Now I'm happy. I'm enjoying life. So when I see something, I'm gonna focus on the stuff I'm enjoying.
Yeah, now you're the weird, creepy dude that sits in a small room with me talking for hours.
Exactly. But this is a positive thing.
How things have changed.
I know.
Did I drag you down or did you drag me?
I don't know, man. That would be a debate for
sure.
Depending on who we asked.
Yeah, really. And they'd probably both be right. My wife's scared of both of us, I think. But I mean, that is an interesting point in it. So I do think in many ways where our edginess comes in is the fact that, we're not afraid to say we're liking these things. We admitted we liked Amazon's Attack a great deal. And that in itself, I think, was a little edgy and controversial.
I don't think there are too many people
and I really
out there.
did. I mean, I genuinely did like it. The Banna stuff that was going on in Catwoman, too, I thought was great. The only fault you and I could find with that was the way it kind of awkwardly connected to Wonder Woman, where the issues were kind of crossing over. Same scenes were very awkward, but I think that was kind of edgy. I just thought it was interesting because I got it and asked Dr. Nordge, why don't you guys talk about that? And I thought it was interesting to discuss, what does it take for us to drop a book? And I think like you said, you've had some opportunities where you have dropped books. Jonah Hex is another one where you're reading Jonah Hex in trade.
Yeah, I'm reading Jonah Hex and here's the thing with that, that's literally another one of time.
Right.
I have enough palate. It was going to be my palate cleanser, but I'm like, you know what? I have enough palate cleansers. I need to, and I sat down and I started
I'm determined
seeing.
to break you on Jonah Hex.
Well,
I read issues 33 and 34.
I'm enjoying when I read it. I enjoy it, so it's not like I'm never. You'll not now. You'll never hear me say that it's a bad book or that I'm not enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. It's just a matter of timing. And for me, the trade way for Jonah Hex is probably right now the best thing for me because there's so much stuff out there, so much stuff that's in DC continuity that I'm always going to focus on that first.
I got to break you on Jonah Hex.
Eh.
It's so good. Issues 33 and 34. 33 was art by Darwin Cook.
Okay, I'm not going to go back and buy 33 issues if I start collecting the floppies because that's what I'll do.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to do that again, man.
So then just buy the trades up until the floppies that you pick up now. Issue 34 was brilliant, man. Jonah,
dude, do you know me?
Yeah.
Have we ever met before?
Yeah.
Do you honestly think that I could go back and have floppies and trades?
I love Jonah Hex. So
do you think I could actually do
I will
that?
break you on Jonah Hex. I will find a way. I will talk Jonah Hex until you're screaming in the nighttime. When you're going to wake up in a cold sweat seeing a man with a scar on his lip. And that might be me dressed up.
I do have a recurring nightmare like that, so who knows?
No, I love I got to be honest with you. It's the last few issues from the Matador story straight on through to the Darwin Cook story where all of a sudden there's this little boy who's trapped in the winter wonderland with his dad and, being attacked by wolves, and Jonah comes up from out of nowhere, and that's just in the beginning of the book. And, Jonah trying to give up being Jonah Hex and go to a normal life. But, how that would work with Jonah was in the most recent issue. I will not let you. You'll eventually pick up Jonah Hex Monthly again.
Right now, this is not a video podcast, so you all can't see what I'm doing. But I'm telling Norge he's number one, not once, but twice.
But tell me, there isn't part of you that as I'm describing.
That's why I am telling you you're number
this
one.
Is so darn cool. It is. It's great Western stuff. It's I'm for your own benefit. I'm trying to tell you should be picking up Jonah Hex.
Dude, I hate you.
Yeah, but if I'm passionate enough about the book,
I know. And see, that's
where, this is one of those books, Jonah Hex. I really am digging. I personally feel like I've been irresponsible for not talking about it enough on the show. It's that good of a book.
See, and that's the thing that always gets me with when you get this passionate about a book. It really and this is a book I'm already in. I do enjoy every time I read it. Every single time I've ever read a Jonah Hex, I've enjoyed what I was reading. It was like, okay, I get this. I get the cowboy. I'm a cowboy fan. Right. I'm a fan of that genre. So this is a cowboy comic book. So naturally, I should be diving into it both feet. And here's the funny thing: Sensei brother, my brother Bill, has talked Jonah Hex as well. He's like, dude, you gotta read it. What the hell is
he reading it monthly?
Oh yeah, he's reading it monthly. So he'll tell me every so often when I talk to him. He'll get me up with that as well. So it's. I'm resisting.
But it's 32, 33, and 34 have been the ones for me personally. And I forget whether you go that route or not. I'm just being honest for the show and for just listeners in general. It's a series where you hear me talk about it periodically as we've done the show. But it's really, I don't know what's going on with the book right now. Like somebody kicked it into overdrive. Because 32, 33, and 34 were their self-contained solo issues. 3 very different locales for Jonah. 3 very different themes and tone, from romance to a tragic family story to trying to give up who you are and walk away from the person that you are to the point where you're almost ignoring things going on around you, but seeing that eat up at a man and seeing that man, unable to. And I mean, that stuff, man, I just I'm like ready to start chomping on, our microphone microphone right now. It's like I'm like that into this book right now, and it's been a while since I've constantly. I agree with you. Everything you said about Jonah, I totally agree with you with. It's been a consistent book that I've been enjoying, but it's been like the last 3 issues. I don't know if all of a sudden I'm just in this mood or this mode for it, or if it's just. I think it's really just it's getting that damn good, and it is one of those books that I just can't recommend enough if you aren't picking it up. And it's easy for people out there, not just you'll go back and pick up everything. For people out there who are like, I can't go back and pick up another 33 issues, this is self-contained issues. 32, 33, and 34, they're self-contained stories. If you never pick up another issue of Jonah Hex, you can pick up those 3 issues and you're going to get 3 very different Western stories that are self-contained. I can't recommend those 3 issues enough as being just fantastic reads.
I hate you, man. I do.
Let me know what you thought about him next week.
Because you know me well. You know I'm going to pick up those 3
you know
issues.
What, though? It really is, honestly, it's one of those that I feel passionately enough about that I think you'll really enjoy, and you'll be saying to yourself, why wasn't I picking this up all along? So not just you, I'm saying that for anybody out there. Because, I mean, really, the funny part is I talk to you, but I really am talking to our audience and just saying this is really, in a day and age where people are complaining a lot about crossovers and how hard it is to keep that in your budget, and this is one of those surprising books that even if you're just a casual Western fan, it is something, you got to agree with me on this. I mean, it's one of those things, I think even a casual Western fan is going to find a very engaging character in a way where you'll be really surprised by Jonah Hex. And it's a great series. It holds up very well. It's been consistent throughout the issues. But like I said, all of a sudden now, I don't know, they put Nitro into it or something. It's like, oh, Jonah Hex. Let's go on to some listener emails. Jim, let's go to some listener emails. I was actually teasing you before about the whole forums and the communications and stuff. Part of the thing is when I started the show, we did the Raging Bullets address, and I just made it my Gmail address at that point in time, so I've been using it ever since. But we've got a great one here from Rob Schaefer. Hi, Sean. I've been having trouble logging onto the forum, so I thought I'd just email you. I've been a little confused with Grant Morrison's RIP so far, so I decided to look at his whole run again, starting with the first issue of the Batman and Son story arc, issue 655. I was really surprised to notice on page 6, written on the wall in the alleyway after Batman's battle with the Joker, are the words Zenana. So it goes all the way back to then.
Cool.
Has anyone else noticed this? Do you think Batman has been hallucinating ever since he returned after 1 year later? Very interesting. Makes me look at Morrison's whole run differently. Rob Schaefer.
Oh, crud. I did not notice that, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. Cool.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you think he's been hallucinating ever since he's returned, or ever since the beginning of Morrison's arc? I guess for me, I take that as, and I could be totally wrong on this, so I'm not really so much disputing what Rob's saying as much as just kind of adding my own thoughts to what he's saying. In this particular case, what I think is going on is that they have been slowly putting him in a position where they could trigger it. Slowly, setting him up with multiple instances of the word to make it easy to trigger him when the time was right. That's how I took it.
That's actually, and as soon as we read that about seeing it in there, that's first thought that popped in my head is that's how long they've been planning this, how they've been laying down, the seeds, just to get control. And it shows just how much of a master manipulator and schemer he actually is. I was like, that's kind of hats off to the villains on that one, to go to such extreme lengths and such length of time to actually set him up like that.
This one's from Nathan Thomas. Hey guys, was just wondering about a couple of stuff. I think Sean should be called Captain Kudos, for he always says kudos. Also, have you guys ever given thought about Hawkman's wings? I know they say it's nth metal, but do you think there's a possibility that he is just drinking Thanagarian Red Bull?
Well, Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, I don't think the wings are not nth metal. What it is the harness that he wears is nth metal, and the wings are made as a way for him to be able to control what direction he goes in. They've actually explained that that's what it is, and so it's actually the harness itself that's the metal, not the wings.
Yeah, because they showed that in the one Hawkgirl one, where she didn't have her wings, but she used her coat to kind of like guide her.
Right. So that was the interesting part. So it's actually like kind of a hovering thing almost in the way that it's handled, which is very cool. I do say kudos a lot. Actually, before it was slick.
Yeah.
And I have my phases, so you'll see, like, kudos will go away for a while, and then I'll do something else.
Okay, so you're the Sultan of Slick,
yeah,
the Captain of Kudos.
Hey,
who knows what next?
That's right. Well, you're the Duke of
Duke. Duke, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I
no.
think that's normal, though. I think we all do that in conversation where we pick up certain words and they seem to fit like a heck yeah moment.
Yeah.
And I definitely have my phrases that I use over and over again. And believe me, kudos isn't all. I do try to, I catch myself after a while and I try to switch that up. But sometimes in the moment it just kind of happens. So it is interesting. Actually, I laugh at myself probably more than anybody else does.
Hey, well, I've found myself saying whatnot more in like at work, and I didn't.
You say it more off the show than you do on the show.
No, it's weird, and just like groovy, I'm saying groovy a lot. And see, first time, a couple times you say it to somebody, I'm saying this like at work.
Right.
Like, okay, yeah, and it's just I'm bringing the word back. Groovy is coming back, man.
You think so?
I think so.
All right. Anyway, on to more serious stuff. Do you think that if a parent is giving a little kid Tiny Titans to read, and that parent doesn't pay attention to what the kid does during the day, do you think the kid could end up using his allowance to buy the ever-sold mildly violent Teen Titans? Just a thought. From your friend and a proud bulleteer, Nathan. I think that becomes the problem nowadays in general, though. I mean, first of all, how old is this kid? In the question that, they're getting the allowance and going into the comic shop. And I mean, I teach third grade. I've had kids before that have played Grand Theft Auto. That's a mature rated video game. To me, that's the parents' decision on how much they're going to monitor. And I don't think it's up to a comic company to monitor that for parents. I think it's up to the parents to start monitoring that. And I think too often nowadays we try to control and legislate what parents should be doing. I think there's a lot of great parents out there that are already doing that themselves, that read material before they give it to their kids. Are they going to catch everything? Nowadays, unfortunately, with cable and it's very hard for a parent. And so I'm not all on the side that it's all the parents' fault. No, there's a lot that kids get exposed to. And then forget any of that. The best parents in the world who are monitoring all that, there's the kids on the playground that have, no leash at all. So I think all a parent can do nowadays really is to do the best that when kids are confronted with, imagery and things like that, is to be open to talking to your child about that stuff, and really just be open to being there and to tell them why they don't expose them to that stuff, what that stuff means, to get the kids' thoughts on that material, rather than shying away from it, and I mean, and I'm even cautious to even make a blanket statement on any of that because I think every family's different. I think there's a lot of really good families out there that are handling it, but I don't think I don't think it's the responsibility of a comic company to do that. I think it's important, like a line like Vertigo, suggestive for mature readers. I think that's important for parents to know that. There's all kinds of controversies about putting labels onto comic books nowadays. I'm not against it. And I know I might be a minority in that, as far as, putting like a rating system on there, like very similar to films. But then you get into the whole censorship thing and all that stuff. And I'm kind of leery myself when we get into that to then put that label on there. So it becomes real tricky. I think the best thing that the company can do, though, is provide some education, maybe on their website even. What are the lines for age groups and things like that? I think that's where a company like DC and Marvel, even your independent companies, can, I think in the day and age of the internet right now, it's real easy to find information about material. And I think if companies are trying to direct parents to their kids' line, and I mean, it's in the back of every Johnny DC title, there's a whole bunch of other Johnny DC titles listed every month. I notice the Tiny Titans, when I flip on the last page, it tells you all the Johnny DC stuff that's coming out. And I think that's the rule of thumb, for a parent, if you're looking for the right materials to do that. Is it possible that reading Tiny Titans is going to lead somebody to read Teen Titans and that it's violent? Sure.
There's definite possibilities,
sure.
But I'm one of the I lean on that it's the parents' responsibility, not the companies, and it's a weird and a tough comment, and a tough topic really, because you sit there on one hand you have the creativeness. And you don't want to stifle the creativeness, but on the other hand, there is the responsibility. I wouldn't want little kids reading some of the the adult comics that I read, some of the Vertigo stuff that I read, but I don't want my access to these adult things to be limited. So there's a fine line, and you're like, okay, I wouldn't want to go back to the days when everything lived up to the comic book code, just in case.
And you got to understand that the company, like DC, is a money-making operation. So they have to look at what are people, in a day and age of your Grand Theft Autos, and take a look at your video games. The market that they're catering to, You take a look at film. Not just comic-related film in general, and television and things like that. The market that they're catering to, the predominant market, I'm not saying it's their entire readership, so, please don't get me wrong there, tends to lead towards, the type of books that have sometimes, your violent imagery and all that stuff. That's not the whole story, though. I think what it is we want our superhero books to be able to go anywhere and tell whatever kind of stories. I know I do. I can't speak for everybody. I'm just going to make my own statement there. I think it's great, though, that the company and just comic companies in general, you got Marvel with their Marvel Adventures, and hats off to them. There's a lot of independent, all ages material out there right now. I think companies are making strides to try and appeal to that market again, which is a very competitive market, even more so than your teenagers and adults, to compete with your younger audience nowadays with animation and DVDs and film and, your video game systems and all that. I will say, though, it's really encouraging to me today. I just had my first day with my kids, and how many kids were picking up, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Bone, Art and Franco's, Patrick the Wolf Boy.
Cool.
I mean, those stuff, they were going around in my classroom. I didn't point any kids to it. They did it on their own. Today we had library, and we have a new librarian, so she was reading a story to the kids, and the kids never got a chance to pick out books. So they had to go to my bookshelf. And it was cool for me to see, I have a couple editions of the Scholastic Bone, that stuff all circulated. And the kids were all picking up. Spider-Man, I have some Marvel Adventures Spider-Man, the digest format that were down there. My kids were picking that stuff up and paging through it. So, I think there is a market for that material. And I do think it's up to your educators, your parents, and things like that to kind of just make the material readily available. And, would I put the Sean McKeever stuff in my third grade classroom? No.
Why not?
Is it high up on my shelf? You better believe it. I'm loving that stuff right now. So I think that's why DC realized that, like you're saying, that Teen Titans is not for your youngest audience, and that we need to make it an accessible book, and that's what Tiny Titans is. I'm sad to see Teen Titans Go no longer there. Except there's collected editions of that. So, that's even a book where you can pick up back issues and things like that. So, I don't know. This is from V. Ferrante. He didn't sign his name, but he just said, because of his defense of Batman, do you think Enigma could be another Jason Todd or our Jason Todd from the future? Interesting, just because of his relationship with him. I like the idea of another something. That's kind of where my head's at the moment. I'm not 100% sold on that. The future idea is another one, too. I don't know if I was thinking so much Jason Todd. I wouldn't be against that if it was, but I'm thinking more there is a more direct tie to Riddler and Two-Face on some level, just because of the question mark and all that. But maybe that might be a red herring. Maybe trying to get us to think that.
Yeah, there's definitely a connection there. I was thinking, as I said before, maybe Damien grown up, maybe Jason Todd future, that would work for me as well. Different Earth version of them. It's, it could, maybe Bruce Wayne has maybe Thomas Wayne had an illegitimate son, and this is Bruce's brother. There's a lot of different things that are flying around that could be this person. And,
even let's take it to a different level. The dress and the way he's dressed up could be because of just studying Batman so much that he became almost obsessed with Batman and with ways to counter him. And that's why we're seeing him with so many artifacts that are Batman's villains like. So I don't know. To answer your question, your guess is as good as mine on that one. It's an interesting, question. Nothing yet has pointed me to the fact that I would think it's Jason Todd, but I'm not 100% convinced it's anybody. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out who this guy is. I don't know who it is yet. Every issue I throw out different ideas and different theories. Every time I read something different, I'm like, hey, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. But in truth, I'm just going to hang back and watch and enjoy and see what actually unfolds.
I think you're secretly Enigma, Jim.
I could be. I could very easily be.
Yeah. Actually, this is from Vin again, so let me go ahead and put that in there. I'm listening to your interview with Alan Pasalacqua, and I have a name for the second story in comics I just wanted to suggest. I think I've heard this somewhere else recently, and it has a ring to it for me because it leads to equal significance of these stories. It's co-feature. These stories have always been my favorite parts of comics, like buried treasure between the pages that give the reader an extra dose of adventure and imparts a little more knowledge on some of our favorite characters or explores some lesser known or new ones. Thanks again for producing such great shows. I found the exploration of coloring fascinating from this episode, and in every episode, hear numerous things that are informative, inspiring, and always entertaining. Above all, and I'm sure you'll agree, Sean, it's important to have a weekly reminder of just how awesome Hawkman is. And that's not even enough, but it's a start. Have a great week. Be well. And I want to add this on here, the incredibly intelligent and well-spoken Vin.
I'll give him props. Hey, you know what? I do give Hawkman props, and Hawkman is a cool character.
You're just feeding into me, you know this, don't you?
What?
You're just feeding into me, you know this, don't
I know.
you?
I don't care. I've come to the conclusion that there is no escape. There is no escape. So might as well just go along with it. Resistance is futile. You will be assimilated. So okay. Had to have my Star Trek reference.
This is from my friend Chris Kendall, and he just sent me a question about what Superman storylines do you recommend? He said that right now I'm reading Superman Birthright, and I'm enjoying it very much. And I'll respond to his email, but as long as he brought it up, Superman storylines. I don't know. I know you've read Superman in different spurts. Are there certain storylines that you remember significantly, either current ones or from the past, that are ones that you would say, Jim, that like, hey, Man of Steel is one that comes to mind for me right away. And there's a lot of the John Byrne stuff that was collected. His initial run, which is collected in some Man of Steel volumes that spun out of the initial one that are all traded, are ones I would recommend almost immediately. I really enjoyed those. It depends on what era of Superman. The showcase volumes, I'm enjoying those greatly. That's chock full of all the super dickery stuff you see, but there's also some great storytelling in there. So I like that stuff if you're in a Silver Age mood. All-Star Superman is kind of top of my list as a book. Like, if you want to get if you're like a newer Superman reader and you want to get a Superman vibe for like historically what's cool about that character, I would say All-Star Superman. Are there any ones that are coming to mind for you, Jim?
Probably. I loved the Legion story arc, but I have to say my favorite Superman story is the Up, Up, and Away. Mm-hmm. I still, enjoy rereading that story arc. I've reread the Legion story arc as well, but there's just something about the Up, Up, and Away story that I just enjoy rereading. The aftermath of the death in Superman, I liked the different Superman, but then where Clark comes back, I kind of like some of that stuff, and then it kind of shifted on me, and I was like, But that initial return
of Superman,
his initial return,
his
initial return, I was really digging that.
Death and Return of Superman, I would say the omnibus that was collected. That's a really nice story. You get the whole. The whole shebang is contained within that, and that would be. I agree with you. I think it was really cool. Like the build up to him coming back was. It's one of those things where he came back, obviously, if you're reading it now, but the execution and how it was handled, it still holds up.
Well, even at the time, you knew he was going to die and come back. Mm-hmm. And at the time, you knew it was going to happen, but when it still happened, it's like, whoa. I still remember just that the final issue where he actually died, and I remember reading that just saying, wow, they just killed off Superman. And here's what I did to a couple people. I called them up. This was when I was in college, so I called up their different rooms, and they had an answer machine there, and I read like panels from the book and left it on as their answering machine message. So when they get back, they just hear me reading the end of the actual death of Superman. Yes, that's a little bit weird, I admit, but that's how caught up I got in the death of Superman. So that's another one that for me was a wow. This is a cool read.
Yeah, it's funny, with the Death and Return of Superman 2, it led to Connor Kent, mm-hmm. who would still be around if it wasn't for certain issues. So a character who was so well liked by creators like Jeff Johns that he became one of the linchpin characters in Teen Titans and gained kind of
John Henry, man. Probably like John Henry. I was like, oh, God, that was
Cyborg
awesome.
Superman. I mean, how huge has he been lately? The Eradicator's the only one that's been... But Eradicator, in fairness to the Eradicator, that character was used quite a bit post that, and in a variety of titles, even a part of The Outsiders at one point, a version of The Outsiders. So, interesting that those characters, and that was so creative that those characters gained a strong life beyond that particular series. So that was, that's great, and use my word, kudos to the people who created it. The Jeff Johns stuff now, I'm the Legion arc, hands down, is one of the better Superman stories. This Brainiac one that's going on right now.
Yeah, I'm digging the Brainiac.
This
is just a thing that's just rolling on. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. But he's asking about past Superman stories. He hadn't, when Chris and I talked, he hadn't read the Legion story. And I said, dude, right now, this is when you should jump on Superman. If you're curious about Superman, jump on this right now and build off of that. So it's interesting. There's just some ones that stand off in my head real quick. I'd have to go through like a whole trade selection, say pick up this, this, and this. Oh, you know what other book that I would recommend too for good Superman storytelling? It's not a solo Superman title, but Superman Batman by Jeff Loeb. That whole run that he did, really pretty solid all the way through. The Supergirl arc I loved, but everything up to that and building through. I don't know how much of that have you read?
Here's the funny thing. You mentioned that, because this is another one of those things where I'm like, damn it, Norge. I picked up with the World Without Kryptonite story arc. Mm-hmm. I picked up a couple issues. I had like the trade from the first one.
Sure.
I picked up the last Jeff Loeb issue because that was such a amazing issue. It just the beyond that, but it was also. But then I was looking at a couple sporadic stuff, and I wasn't picking up. But the World Without Kryptonite story, I was like, that sounds like a cool, interesting story. And it's gotten me hooked into the Batman Superman stuff. And it's gotten me to the point where I'm starting to create a list of the back issues that I don't have. So maybe I will fill in my Batman Superman run when I'm at different cons. It's just. So I'm like, dang it! I didn't want to do this another one, but I may be doing it. Or then I'm looking at the trades, and I'm like, could I shift this one to trade? But I'm really digging the Kryptonite story arc, so I'm like, I can't right now. So it's
All right, this is from Bruce McIntosh. Hello, gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank you, belatedly sorry, so much for the plug you gave me on my articles on the Pulse and my book, Riddle Me This. It was not only very cool to hear you speak so highly of my work, but it led to me connecting up with the guys over at Fanboy Face Off. Who knew they live only a few miles from me, and they're great guys. As you know, I'm not adverse to shameless self-promotion, so I wanted to point you to my latest piece in Who's Got a Secret in Secret Invasion. And he has a series on Spider-Woman Part 1 over there. And it's been a while since the previous installment, Mockingbird, because of all the Heroes Con and San Diego Comic-Con coverage I was doing. Feel free to take a look at all that on the main Pulse site and search for my name, Bruce McIntosh, because as more articles are added, they get pushed down the list. If you like my stuff, think about going to the Pulse more in the future for information and features on the comic industry. We're as thorough and more entertaining than that other site, but without all the bickering. Plus, I'm really trying to help promote podcasts on the site and trying to make a unique resource for information in the community shared by podcasting and a comics news feature site like The Pulse. I really have no stake in the site myself, other than Jen Cotino has been kind enough to let me write for it, but she works so hard on it with tons of great interviews, news, and features, it deserves a huge readership. Early next week, Jen will be posting my second half of the Spider-Woman analysis, and then my analysis of Elijah the Skull. Let me know if you have any suggestions for future characters you'd like me to analyze. As you know, I'd like to stick to the lesser-known B-list characters, the ones not everyone can recite their origins from memory. And this will be a little more in your DC wheelhouse. Soon I'll be starting a new series on the Pulse, the A to Z of Golden Age characters and creators. And I'm excited about that because most of these lesser-known guys don't get enough recognition, and I'm going to single-handedly change that, Bruce. And it's http://www.comiccon.com/pulse. Hey, I've got my own website. Read it, tell your friends. www.comiczar.com. So definitely check that out. And one of the things I really like about what Bruce is doing is, A lot of times people say that storylines from all companies, DC, Marvel, wherever, where they have this long history and you're using B-list characters, people are like, I don't know these characters. It's hard for me to follow this. Bruce has been creating these great articles that get you up to speed on who the characters are, what their history is, and things like that. So for people that are kind of like, geez, I'd like some more information. I want to be a little more involved in the continuity. I just can't get a hold of the material. People like Bruce are doing that. So I would definitely check out Bruce's stuff. It's really thorough. It's really good. It's a great way to find that out. And he does accept suggestions on, like, if you're like, geez, I'm reading Secret Invasion right now. I want to know what characters are going on. As we get into the Golden Age, great chance for you to say, hey, this is a Golden Age character that I'm reading right now. I'd like to know some of the Golden Age history. I just don't have access to those issues. This is a great chance for you to, get involved in what he's doing, because he wants to create articles that people will read and that people are interested in. So it's a great chance for you to put Bruce to work on something that he loves doing. And this really is a labor of love, so definitely go there and search out Bruce McIntosh, because he's doing some neat things over there. So it's kind of cool to shout that out. This is from Seth Brown. Hey, guys. I've been listening for over a year since the episode... Left that blank. I don't know. What episode were we doing a year ago? Were we still doing parts of things back then?
Yeah.
So, I don't know what episode it was. And I have to say I have a love-hate relationship with the whole of Raging Bullets. That means you and me.
Well, that's funny.
Does that include the equipment?
Well, the whole of it.
Sorry.
If you listen to Opie and Anthony, whole has a different definition. So,
First, I love the content of each episode. You put so much into each one that sometimes they end up being 5 hours, but I love it. I usually listen while doing yard work or housework, so I'm moving around a lot and may need to pause it often. Because I need to pause, I can't switch on the hold button, so I bump the iPod, skip to the beginning or the end of the 3 to 5 hour show. I hate having to scroll through the current topic you're on. Not that I wouldn't listen to the whole show to the point over again, but I wouldn't get anything else done. It would be nice if there were some way to skip to various sections. Check out the Teth Wonder podcast. They have made it happen. And it is, I know it's an issue. I know with apples, it's much easier to do that. And we're not using an Apple for that format. So I'd eventually like it to get to the point where I could do that as well. But not everyone listens for, it's tough.
Yeah,
not everyone listens via iPod. So that would be something, though, eventually I would like to get to the point where you could skip right to the segments of the show. It's one of those things, believe me, it's more in the forefront than you think. It's just one of 10 gazillion things I want to figure out how to do.
and I'll leave that to you, because...
everything else?
Well, it's technical, so any of the technical stuff I leave to you.
It's a podcast. It's all technical.
Well, see, you're our go-to guy with the technical stuff, with the editing stuff, with the
Facebook,
updating the website, MySpace, all that
Forum.
stuff. I just bring the magic. That's
You do.
I'm the magic man.
You do.
I bring the magic.
You do. That's why he hates you. But he loves you too.
Yeah, I know.
I'm actually enjoying this one, so it's good. Second, I love your enthusiasm about comics. It really helps me to enjoy my comics more. You go into so much depth that sometimes you mention stuff that I never noticed. Plus, since I don't have a lot of time to read my comics, listening to the ones you review is kind of like reading it again. I hate you because of this, that I have drastically increased what I read, and so increased how much I spend.
Amen. Amen, my brother, man. I feel your pain, man. I feel it, because,
I know, we do two.
Come on, I went from...
Jonah Hex.
Yeah. I went from $20 a month. Yeah. $20 a month.
You went from
$20 a week.
Wait, correction.
To
there's historical data that shows you went from borrowing them
You're
from
right.
me.
True. I went from borrowing my comics to then just $20 a month to just $20 a week to now
something wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Actually, I really appreciate this. This is really nice. Third, now this isn't exactly because of you, but it relates. My wife is pregnant with twins. Oh, this one. Okay. Not sure yet on the names. Wendy and Marvin, Zan and Jaina. What are your thoughts? Seriously, something unique that would connect the two would be great. Maybe even a contest would work. Name the new Wonder Twins, or help stop the parents of twins from fighting over names contest. Anyway, because of this, I have to start cutting back on my comics. I hate to do this, but I love the fact that you are sponsored by DCBS. I can still get the comics I have been getting, but can now afford to do it. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I'm glad about that. Well, For now, that is all I have to say about my love and hate relationship with you guys. Thanks for the month's worth of podcast time you have provided, and keep it up. I love it, Seth. That is actually one of the things DCBS has made, honestly, keeping this show going possible.
Yeah.
Because in order to be able to, we try to follow the line for the purpose of the show, but it's not something that we're obligated to do. Like, if I found that there's like 5 titles that I didn't like, I'd just say, I'm not reading those titles because I like them, and that would be, the reason why people said, why don't you guys ever talk about this? Well, because I'm not buying it anymore. But unfortunately for me, that doesn't work, like I said. So it's an interesting point. I'm glad that connection for you made it possible for you to be able to support your family and do that. That's interesting. I know on the forum, he reposted this on the forum quite recently because we haven't gotten emails in a little bit, and asked the forums for suggestions. But feel free to send in emails, if you'd like to, on ideas for Name Those Twins.
Yeah.
I like that.
Hey, whenever anybody asks me a name, I always say James is a wonderful name.
I posted, well, you're not a twin.
But, well, James 1 and James 2.
Okay.
Hey, George Foreman can have all the multiple Georges.
I'm guessing it's a boy and a girl because he's looking for
that's
a boy
perfect.
and a girl
Then
name.
James and Jamie. Done. There you go. There's the names, man.
But that's not comic related. He's looking for comic related names. Zan and Jaina, Wendy and Marvin, things like that. That's the whole point.
Oh, okay.
I would suggest this. Pick 2 names that aren't going to get the kids beat up on the playground. Superhero names are cool, and I love the theme. I mean, that would be something too, but I would say make sure whatever those names are, they aren't ones that are going to get the poor kids beat up on the... I can't stress that enough being a school teacher, that kids get picked on over the silliest little things. Kids can be... I love kids. I love my job. I'm excited to be back, but kids can be mean too.
I say go with Kal-El, because Cal would be short for like Calvin, L would be short for Eileen, Ellie, Elizabeth. So you'd actually have regular names, but you
call them Calvin, Eileen, but then you abbreviate them on
Kal-El.
Family cards.
Yeah,
Mom and Dad and Kal-El.
Yeah,
yeah. So you can get away with that without like butchering the kids.
Right. So
and
the kids would have
you could actually
names.
spell Calvin with a K.
Yeah,
I like that. I do like that. Yeah, I like that.
I have them occasionally. I
actually really do like that. Yeah, I may pause this and delete that in case my wife and I ever have twins. I actually really like that. I can't. If he takes it, I can't use it.
Well, you still could. There could be more than one Kal-El out there.
Yeah, but it won't be so. I like the way that you're somehow figuring out a way to link this.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. I appreciate the email. Actually, I'm sorry we were joking so much through it because it actually is a very nice, heart thought email. It's funny. A lot of times our show winds up being the way it is out of discussions that Jim and I have that we don't realize we're going to have. Like, you will increase my enjoyment of a book just a lot of times because you see the book in such a strange way that, like, I'll call you on the show, but then when I'm reading the book again, I'll be like, well, geez, I can kind of see how he arrived there. I won't admit that I agreed with it, but I can see how you arrived there. But it is funny how that is kind of what led us to doing this. It's just been kind of, talking about what sparks our interest in a particular comic. So that's fun. Thank you for those comments, though. It really is helpful to get the feedback from you guys. This one's from Dave Jones. Hey, guys. I just wanted to say that I picked up issue 31 and 32 of Manhunter since its relaunch, and I'm enjoying it immensely. The reason I gave this series a try is because I heard nothing but good things from you guys about it. Kate Spencer is such a great character, and I absolutely love her as Manhunter. Before reading these issues, I knew very little of the character. Now as I write this, I have ordered the first 2 trades of the series. I just really wanted you guys to know that because of you, this series has a new fan. I mean, how could anyone pass on a comic in which the main character's boss has a skull for a head? And thank you guys so much. David Jones, a.k.a. Jonesy on the forums from the Vortex Podcast, and that's thevortex.podbean.com. And shameless plug, but podcast, as we mentioned earlier.
We all shameless plugs. We got to do it.
It is about cross-promotion and helping each other out and all that. That's why, I shout out every month, Comics Podcast Network, and I can't shout out that enough because, like I said, you can listen to podcasts straight from the site. So when he was talking, the listeners talking before about how hard it is sometimes to stop and pause. For people who are, if you listen over the internet to our episodes, go to the Comics Podcast Network, the CPN, and it's right on our website. You can click on the CPN link, click right over there, and you can listen to the show and stream it right from there. And for those of you that play MMOs, you can stream it in the background, which is really kind of cool. And not just our podcasts, any podcast you listen to that are right there. All right, and encourage your podcast, their comic book podcast, to join it and be a part of it. You know, it's easy to plop up your episodes up there, and it's easy for the listeners. So it's just kind of a cool way. The Comics Podcast Network is all about cross-promotion. And so is the League of Comic Book Podcasts and all that. I think it's just great, you know, that we cross-promote each other. So I'm fun with that. So I'm all about, don't be afraid, anybody, if you're a podcaster and you're a friend of ours and listen to the show and all that, please don't ever be afraid to say, hey, Sean, this is what's coming up on my episodes. That's kind of what we do here. So, cool. Jim, let's do one more and we'll get to some Trinity. This is from James R. Lunsford Sr. Having just gotten into podcast listening last March, I downloaded a ton of them. But this is one of the ones that ended up being my must-have. I'm 50 and have probably been reading comic books longer than you guys have been alive. I ran through a lot of comics-based podcasts, and one by one, they fell by the wayside until I was left with only two, Raging Bullets and Alternate Reality. I think that its maturity levels, you're very kind. I think that it's the maturity levels of both podcasts that appeal to me. Charlie and John's good-natured banter, and you guys sounded like you're having a party, and you two truly geek out. I love it. About some of the other podcasts, one thing that truly offends me is the foul language in public. I might be showing my age here, but in private, among some of my guy friends or old army buddies, I can cuss like a drunken sailor, but never in public, around people I don't know, or children. Some of the younger podcasters don't seem to have that respect for the listeners, but you guys do. I appreciate the fact that I can listen to it in the car with my 10-year-old and not have to put my finger on the trigger like I would have to do with some of the other podcasts. Anyway, although I read comic books for most of my life, I only seriously collected them between the ages of 30 to 36, during which I picked up around 1,700 books, which I still have bagged and boarded in my basement. Some of them are 20 years old. I don't really buy them so much anymore, but listening to you guys describe the action, interactions, and plot lines, I feel as if I'm reading them again. I know the old addiction is going to grab me again. One other thing, I live in Pittsburgh. I swear I almost ran off the road today listening to podcasts on the way home from work when I heard you guys were going to be in the Burgh. Count me in. Barring any type of family emergency, I will definitely come out to support you guys. Rock on. That was really, really nice. It is one of those funny things. I love the maturity comment. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But
Yeah.
But it's funny because the reason we do watch our language was because I remember earlier, we had someone say, hey guys, I really like you, but I listen with my little kid any way you could watch it. And we're like, because some of our earlier stuff, I know I was, letting them just fly out there and not really controlling what I was saying. So I had to stop and think about it. But yeah, it's... if you catch me, with hanging out with my friends, you'll hear a completely different vocalization and word choice.
It's actually, I want to get to this one as well. It's from Shane Kildea. Hey, Sean and Jim. I have been listening to the podcast for about a year now, and went back and listened to the whole back catalog. I love it so much. Even though I have no particular side in reading comics, my pull list has titles from a variety of companies. I do believe my heart belongs in the DCU, so you guys, and your perspective on that works for me. For me, the DC Universe appeal has always been the continuity and the relationships of the characters. I love scenes of books play out between friends such as Ray Palmer and Carter Hall, Ollie and Hal, Hal and Barry, and even the Rogues, and their relationships and rivalries, etc. However, that being said, I have had some serious issues with what has been done with some of my favorite characters and concepts in the DC Universe. It all started around 52. I'm going to tell you right now, I totally disliked 52. There, I said it. Jeff Johns is my favorite writer for all the reasons I listed. He has deep understanding of the characters and always manages to write stories that make me love the DCU. But even his involvement in 52 could not make me like it. My major problem with it, and from what has come since, are the treatments of Black Adam or Name Montoya the Question, the Flash Rogues, and stories since that. To me, 52 took Black Adam, an anti-hero that Jeff had built in the JSA, to be a character who wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty and did what was right for his people, someone whose side you could see and his perspectives, and turned him into a straight-out villain, murdering psychopath. I have trouble believing that Adam would have killed an innocent woman and children in Bialya despite what happened with Isis because of his previous deceased wife and sons. It didn't ring true to me. Then there is Montoya and the Question. I was an avid fan of both these characters, and their story, for me in 52, is predictable and unjustified. Vic and Montoya were great characters in their own right. So why feel the need to kill one and make the other the Question? To me, it seemed as if they just wanted to have a novelty of a female in the Question guise. The rogues in The Flash have also been written out of character, for me since Jeff left the title. Jeff made it clear in his run on The Flash the rogues had rules. Number one of which was rogues don't kill. Cold had respect for the Flash and of heroes in general. Brad Meltzer understood this. This is why Captain Cold sent flowers to Ralph when Sue died. Since Jeff left, though, we have had the rogues kill Bart Allen, which really irked me, and something Jeff has openly disagreed with. However, a lot of that seems like it could have been cleared up again now that Jeff is doing Rogue's Revenge and Flash Rebirth. I tell you, when I opened up the first issue of Rogue's Revenge, I couldn't help but smile. It transported me back 6 years to Jeff and Scott Collins' original seminal run. Sorry about the little rant and the length of the email, but I was listening to the show and it got me thinking what your perspective on this was. Maybe you've had experience and disagreed with directions of a favorite character has gone. I would love to know what you think. Keep up the good work, and until Whatnot dons an nth metal harness and uses it to navigate busy bridges, make mine raging bullets, and that's Shane the prankster on the forums. Boy, there's a whole bunch of things to discuss there. Let's just start with the Rogues first, because it's the most recent release and storyline. I couldn't agree with him more in the sense that I really like how the Rogues are being, and I would say in Salvation Run as well, how they banded together as a family. The big problem with what happened, I think, with Bart Allen was some of that was not supposed to go the way that it did in Bart's book. And they've had to since make corrections to it. And they started to do that in Countdown, but have done it more with things like Salvation Run and Rogue's Revenge. I like how the Rogues are addressing it in Rogue's Revenge. And that is something that I think it's only improved and increased the storyline. They're touching on a lot of things that I really want to see them touch on, including inertia. So that stuff's all working for me at the moment. So I don't know where you're at.
It's, one of those things with the Rogue's Revenge and all that. I really dig them in Salvation Run. I like them bonding together. And the first time I read through Rogue's Revenge, I was a little bit just caught off on the rogue characters and how they're justifying, hey, we didn't mean to kill the Flash. And I was just like, then I read it through a second and I started getting and understanding the rogues, understanding, just the rogues code, like with what he was talking about, how they don't kill and how they do respect the Flashes, even though they are the villains they're trying to get away. And I could understand what they're doing, and it's kind of like I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, I get this. I'm starting to understand it. And the second that kind of clicked in, I was really enjoying it even more so. So I'm
looking forward to seeing more in those issues how this plays out. The one I was particularly... It's funny, more than the main rogues, the Piper was the one that I was most disappointed in that whole storyline, how he was involved on some level and all that, and how that played out. I'm glad to see him being brought back more to the side of the Angels in the way that it should be. And that's one of the things I liked about his journey in Countdown. And I'm liking...
Yeah, it was the redemption of Piper in Countdown. Yeah. That was the thing that I enjoyed so much about Countdown was because of the Piper Trickster story arc. And that was, and just seeing Piper go through it, and then having him now in Rogue's Revenge where he's kind of continue on the path of the righteous, considering on what has to be done. And it's...
in the beginning of Countdown we discussed it. We were like, huh? Wait a minute.
Yeah. So.
It did, as the story went on, we began to see more of it, and we're seeing it more here. But I remember at the beginning of Countdown, we discussed how, with what happened with that final issue of The Flash, and how it tied into all that, it was a little unusual. But I'm agreeing. The Rogues right now are great. I'm really, really enjoying that series. We've only had one issue so far. I can't wait till the second, though, because I'm anxious to see more of where this story is going. What about Black Adam? Was your favorite story in 52? One of mine as well.
Here's the thing. Remember, my introduction basically to the character is 52.
Yeah.
So I knew, I really didn't know who Black Adam was before 52. I learned quickly how he had this long past, and I saw him as this villain this villain / not villain who was just basically focused on one thing, the protecting of his country. And for me, just to see him completely shift over the edge and be that monster destructive force wasn't just the death of Isis and Osiris. It was the death of his dream of a peaceful life. It was a death of his country that he fought and he wanted to make into something else. Plus, it was also the outside influences of the Horsemen continually just pumping on his emotions,
poisoning
him, and just so that's why I didn't have a real issue with him becoming a mass murderer and doing it. Now, when we saw later on,
there was more to it.
There's more to it.
Just a man turning. It was
right.
He was poisoned and messed with, and
now in follow-up stories with Black Adam, we're seeing he's off of that influence.
Yeah.
We're going back to that character that we had before, but he recognizes
I would highly
he
recommend
can't go
Black
back
Adam:
to
The Dark Age.
Oh yeah,
by Peter Tomasi. It's a mini that I think a lot of people missed. And I would definitely recommend reading that if you're a fan of the Black Adam. I'm thinking Jeff Johns wrote, and I don't know, I'm not 100% sure. I remember at one point in time I read over who wrote the 52 stuff. I think it was broken down somewhere who was writing what. Maybe it wasn't. I don't remember. Just from the way that Black Adam was written, I was always assuming that Jeff Johns was... I know that they kind of each took some of their own segments and then shared ideas with each other and all that, but he was a part of all that.
Yeah.
So, Jeff is one of those writers that did that. But you have to remember, Black Adam, from the character he was in JSA, they turned him from being a straight out-and-out villain into kind of a gray area in JSA. Mm-hmm. And yes, he did have some heroic moments and things like that, but he was one of those characters that when he took up his own country and things like that, it became kind of... I agree with everything he's saying about JSA crafted him into somebody, and I think that enabled him to be the character that he was in 52.
And I don't think...
His story's not done there, though.
His story's not done. That character is going to come back. And part of me would like to see him go back to his home country and repair it and deal with the international aspect of that, because you look at just what he did, and can you claim diplomatic immunity and get away with it?
Well, the people let him come back, though.
Well, that's the question. Will they? Because they're right now
there are consequences, regardless of the fact that, and he's making it's feeding off his point. He's making a point here that he crossed a line, and a very heavy line. And I agree with him. But I also agree with you in the sense of 100%. The Four Horsemen had a major factor in that. If you reread those segments, I don't know if you still have your issues of 52, I'd encourage you to go back and reread that and see what the Four Horsemen did to him, and that he was poisoned, and war, famine, pestilence, what they did to his body and his mind, and how that'll mess with a man and send him on a rampage.
And also, if you remember the follow-up Four Horsemen story arc, where we saw the Horsemen affecting the Trinity. Mm-hmm. So right now you have the Trinity getting affected by that same diseases and the same poisoning in them that went out, that was concentrated and focused on Black Adam. So you got more justification on what he did, and actually I'm looking like defense if he were to ever go before a world court. He can say, hey, I was under the influence. I was not of the right frame of mind. I was not control over my actions.
Sobek ate my brother-in-law.
Right. Come on, that's a tough one to come back from. Sobek eats my brother-in-law.
And all I got back was his stinking powers. My wife basically died in front of me.
Died in his arms, and her final words were, "Get them."
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
I'd say temporary insanity. He got a pretty good solid. He's got a pretty good solid defense. But I would also
go beyond just those events and go on the fact that he was poisoned, he was attacked by war, famine, death, and pestilence, and what did that do to him besides? He went through quite the ringer. I would say physically and emotionally and mentally battered at that point. I'm not saying that justifies his actions. I don't think that.
No, I'm not.
But you're talking about somebody who is a villain, who became sort of an anti-hero. And it's a little, if you read back at those, I read that entire JSA run when it was out multiple times. I love those issues. I agree with what he's saying, that he was moved to kind of a different and unique level. But if you take a look at that character, he's definitely got an interestingly unique place. It's not something, that I would always like to see from him, but, Jeff's own Infinite Crisis, he rubbed out Psycho Pirates.
Yeah.
It's so he's one of those characters that's not averse to doing things like that, and that's stuff that it doesn't go against Black Adam's history. And I guess that's the point I'm making. I would have an issue if he had Dr. Fate go on a killing spree like this. But we're talking about a villain like Black Adam, who skirted the line. I agree with him. I liked everything that was good about Black. It's an interesting debate. I mean, we could probably talk for hours. We could probably do a whole podcast on just the Black Adam debate, and on that alone, and that would be an interesting discussion. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. What about Renee Montoya is the question. It's fun. I'll refer him to one thing. I don't remember which one. If you haven't, Shane, listen to the San Diego podcast from DC, because this question was brought up in San Diego. If you haven't heard them yet, Dan DiDio addressed why they did it and what it was about Vic Sage's journey in there that made it such a unique opportunity, and that's why they did it. And it provided an opportunity for, they were trying to diversify the comic line, and you took a character like Renee Montoya, who had such a rich, strong history as well, both in animation and in the comics, and a logical choice to diversify the line and get tied up with Vic Sage. And it really worked well. I would recommend reading Final Crisis Revelations, and you're going to start seeing a Renee who is a little closer to being the protege of Vic Sage. I don't know, did you read Revelations yet, Jim?
No, I actually haven't yet.
Okay.
So I have to. And I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that there's, what you're saying, because that was the one thing about Renee. I really loved it. I enjoyed seeing it, and I immediately, when everything was done, I wanted more. I read the Crime Bible, and I wanted more. I'm like, I want more Renee as the question. I want to see her dealing with Batman, with Nightwing, with Robin. I want to see her part of
a series.
Whether it's a solo series, whether she's on a team, whether she's her own team. I don't know. I don't care. I like the character. I like what they did with her, but I don't have this lengthy dealings with the question before. Renee, this whole 52 was my introduction to the question. So
he wrote this. I don't know if he's reading Final Crisis, but he wrote this before recent issues of Final Crisis. So I'm hoping now that maybe he's seeing potential for something that makes sense for the question character and how she might fit into the world in a way that Vic Sage did. I'm a big fan of the question, so I wasn't happy with Vic's death. I kept hoping, and I mentioned that repeatedly on the show, I was hoping that on some level he would survive.
Yeah, that was my introduction to the guy, and I wanted him to live.
Right.
And I was just like, oh no, man, I like this guy now. He's cool. Don't do this. And
I do get it, though, because, we've mentioned recently where a series that I'm really enjoying, like Rand Thanagar Holy War, I've been uneasy with because of comments about what they're going to do with Hawkman. And, it's no accident. I love that character. And a lot of my love comes from what, Jeff Johns, Grant Palmiotti was doing. So that's a good question. Does that make me uneasy? Sure. There's the stuff, I'm loving Batman R.I.P., but am I uneasy about where it's going to go after that? Sure.
Yeah. What's going to happen to Bruce? Yeah.
But, and there's a fine line between good storytelling and, something where they ruin a character. In this case, you're shaking it up. How far is too far to go to shake things up and make storytelling interesting where people are talking about it? And it's hard. That's hard to do that while at the same time there's a balance of making sure you're true to the character, which is the point he's making. And that's the point Shane's making here. He's saying, it's, these shake-ups make you a little uneasy because they take elements that you like about the character. Like if you're only introduced to Black Adam in the JSA, that's your Black Adam. You don't remember him from Power of Shazam being a villain, or even, historically from Shazam. I grew up, I used to have Shazam Viewmasters, my old, Viewmaster set. So, my introduction to Black Adam, because I liked the live-action TV show so much, my mom got me the Viewmaster set. So I must have looked at that like 700 times, at the 3D pictures of seeing Black Adam fighting Billy, and the whole, that was based on the comics.
Yeah.
So it was, the whole Marvel family, and it was a great little Viewmaster set. So, that was my introduction to Black Adam as a villain, the bad guy Shazam character. So maybe I'm a little bit more willing to see that, he would cross certain lines that others wouldn't. I don't know. But that was one of the things you liked about him, too.
Yeah, that the fact that hey, come on, some of my favorite moments from 52 was him ripping people's arms off or ripping somebody in half, I'm like, come on, it was awesome.
Right. So, it's interesting, though, but I get the, he said, do you understand the uneasiness? And yeah, I do. So, all right, Chip, let's go ahead and get into some Trinity right now, because I could keep going on. These emails are great, though. I'm really enjoying it. I'm going to keep trying to get back to emails as much as possible. If we don't get to all your emails, our listener base right now, we're getting a lot of emails. So I'm trying to start with the last one that we've gotten, the most recent one, and try to get in as many as we can in these segments when we get to them. So I'll keep trying to. So please keep sending in the emails. I try to read as many of them as I can and try to keep the comments in the back of my head to try to address them on some level on the show. It's just a little bit harder than it used to. We used to get to remember we used to get to every email?
Say everyone.
It's a nice problem to have, but I don't want people to think we don't care about them because I really do like these segments enough that I said, Jim, on this episode, let's just finish Volume 1 of Seven Soldiers. Let's finally talk about some listener emails because I want to get these on the show and just chat a little bit about what our listeners want to chat about, and we'll talk some more Trinity. So thank you to everyone who participates by sending us in those emails. We love it.
To the Batmobile. Let's go. Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed. You're ready to move up.
Jim, it's kind of funny. I wanted to shout out your mom first for her Easter bread. It was a nice surprise. I was talking to you the other day. We were going to try to record, and it was my staff convocation day, and I just knew, I'm like, I've got to get set up for my kids. There's no way we can record tonight. And you said, well, I'm going to stop over anyway because I got Easter bread. So I was at my eye appointment. I never got a chance to see you. But I'm going to want to publicly shout out your mom and the amazing bread that she makes because we were actually devouring it over dinner when you came over tonight. So that stuff is so good. So it really is definitely appreciated. The other thing I want to shout out besides that, speaking of people that we really adore, Secret Six, dude. I am seeing ads all over the place for Secret Six.
I know.
I am loving the support for this book because Wonder Woman has been so great. The finale of the current arc just happened, and I really, really loved the finale and how it progressed. So much of the relationships that have been going on in Wonder Woman, and I could go on for hours on Wonder Woman. I'm just loving it. Aaron Lopresti's art's brilliant. But, back to Secret Six, Gail Simone, Nicholas Scott. Matthew Guy asked me in the Ask Dr. Nord's thread, he was like, do you have who is your favorite artist right now? Who's setting on fire? And as usual, it's not a just simple one-name answer. Well, it was, though, because my number one artist right now, there's something about Nicholas Scott and Doug Hazelwood, when they're working together and what they're doing, it's just really grabbing me. It's just, somebody you connect with. We were talking about Clarion, great example earlier in this episode. One of the things and one of the reasons why for over 30 years I've been enjoying comics so much is the variety and the variation on art and the different stylings and how much I appreciate that. That's what keeps me entertained. But that is my favorite artist at the moment.
Yeah.
To see her on a book and monthly again and with Gail Simone and knowing that it's just all going to look so great, I'm ready to do a happy dance myself.
I know. So. Happy dance.
Yeah, so I'm just loving seeing the ads everywhere for it. So it's great to see the support. This funny little story behind this Trinity number 3 segment. We've done this once before.
Yes.
We did this actually when we were in Pittsburgh recording at the Gypsy Café. We had recorded this in the hotel, and dummy me, I forgot to save it. So that's why on last episode we had issue number 2 and no issue number 3. So this is interesting. We're going to do a re-recording of our issue number 3, but we're going to use the recording of issue number 4 that we did from the Gypsy. So it'll be interesting to see how this flows together, but because I want to definitely talk about the events that happened in issue 3. I also want to shout out the forum in the listener rant thread. There's been a lot of love for Trinity popping up. A lot of people just saying, hey, this is a book, please, if you avoided it because of, previous offerings or things like that, this is really a very special book and you should go ahead and grab it. So it's interesting to see the listener rant thread, so much passion behind this book, and I can't agree with it more. It's just a great, great series. So Jim, let's go ahead and once again, let's talk issue number 3.
Okay, talking Trinity. Issue number 3, the writer is Kurt Busiek. The art is Mark Bagley. Inker, Art Thibert.
T-Bear. Take that.
Inker, Art T-Bear.
One last.
Peach. Pantaz.
This.
Pantaz. Now I'm going to mess up. Letterer.
I'm sorry.
Let me start over. Art. Anchor. Art T-Bird. Color, Pete Pentazis. Letterer, Pat Brousseau. Cover, Carlos Pacheco and Jesus Marino. Assistant editor, Elizabeth Gerlin, and editor, Mike Carlin.
Elizabeth V. Gerlin.
Okay, that's nitpicking. That is nitpicking and is worthy of mace to the
Admittedly,
head.
just me being a putz. I'll totally 110% admit it. I just couldn't resist after the whole thing earlier.
Dude, I was just... You were mispronouncing the dude's name.
I know. I'm just teasing.
I know.
It's a joke. You know I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Issue 3 continues on with Garak having this continues on his this wonderful villainous rant that he ended last issue with, about bowing before a convict, and and it just said, we are the champions and type of stuff. And of course we get in the Justice League, and we talked about it the past with the Flash family, and just whenever they're bringing in characters other than the Trinity, they are following these characters. Yeah. I'm reading this Justice League in Trinity is the same Justice League I am reading in their own title or in their individual titles. That is just the coolest thing that I have to say about Trinity, that everyone is ringing true. All the characters, not just the Trinity, all the supporting characters they add into this. And keeping true with the characters, of course, Hawkgirl goes in and she leads the attack. Big old mace to the head does absolutely squat to Convict, but still you see her charge in. You see Dinah take command of the situation. She's in command. She is the leader of the Justice League. She has that presence. She's calling out the situation, what to do, but it's still everyone has their role. Everyone has their flow of attack.
I'm so glad we're redoing this because I read issues 3 and 4 of The War That Time Forgot. And I don't want to spoil too much, but one of the cool aspects of it is the greatest warriors from all time are taken and brought to this planet. And they're trying to figure out why they're there, or this time frame or planet or wherever they're brought to. And they're trying to figure out why they're there. And they're there to fight and to form their own contingents and to break into war. And, one faction turns on the other and leads to another faction. Enemies become friends, that type of thing. One of the cool concepts about that whole book, though, was they encountered a new warrior. And what they did is each one of them, who are the best warriors for their time, went and fought this new warrior, but, deliberately lost, for the intention of getting to know the fighting style and the way that the person moves. The reason why I think it's relevant here is you see Hawkgirl, who is a warrior, go in first. And one of the things that she's doing is testing this guy and reporting back, okay, he's tough. And, one of the interesting things is she's their tank. She goes in because she can handle what is thrown at her. So she goes in there to assess the situation, what they're dealing with, kind of like a scout in so many ways, but a very tough one. And I really liked that aspect of this character and just how much it connected with that theme of a warrior would go in to assess the enemy. And what we're dealing with. So it makes sense. It was cool. I really enjoyed that.
And a reoccurring theme that we're constantly seeing throughout this fight with Convict, as well as some future stuff, is it's not just about going in and beating up the bad guy. Because we see Dinah immediately start saying, okay, we got to try to get him out of town. We got to minimize the damage to the town. We got to save the civilians. Keep this guy away from and causing it, we got to get these people out of there. And it's not just about, okay, everyone pound on them. No, she's giving out the instructions. Okay, you do that, you do that. But it's a focus of the overall picture, which is a cool aspect to see her in this type of leadership role.
Right.
And it's cool to see that they throw everything at this. They throw some serious firepower at this guy. Firestorm does some titanium bands around him, but he snaps them without even batting an eye. Black Lightning tries to blast him, but he's able to reverse the energy back onto Black Lightning. And then, Roy... I made this comment before, and I'll make it again about... It was I did kind of chuckle about how Roy shoots the arrows at him. Granted, you've just seen this dude take a mace to the face, he reversed the electricity back, he snapped titanium, arrows aren't going to do anything to him, but that wasn't the intention of Roy's attack.
Yeah, actually, one of the great things was, Roy, being the hero that he is, was distracting him, pulling him away from potentially doing further damage to characters like Black Lightning, and to an already laid out John Stewart, which is what I really liked about that segment. When it's funny though, we all read situations differently. It's one of the times, like there's been times where I've questioned things and you've caught things differently on the show. That's what I like about when we do this, is we get kind of to see different perspectives. We're laughing about this because we've had this discussion before.
When we first had this conversation, I was like, come on, Roy, what were you thinking? And then Sean just completely schooled me on saying, no, he was distracting him. He was saving. I was like, oh, okay. And when we were doing this, I was about to take that as if it was going to be my idea. Like, yeah, then it was cool to see that, but I knew you wouldn't let me get away with it. So I figured I'll just feed you right to you. Because that is
I almost expected you to pull off a hat and
full nod to you. That was a cool, and I admit I did kind of miss the whole overall of that. So I was like, yeah, that is cool to see this team element behind not just saving civilians, but saving their own skins. It's not just about, a glorious death for the greater good. It's about living to fight on to the next battle.
One of the things I really liked during all this is the debates between Convict and Grack. In the middle of this situation, right before the Black Lightning thing, Grack is like sitting there and basically speaking on behalf of Convict and talking about almost world domination, and Convict corrects him, and you can see that Convict here is Convict was attacked. Convict was attacked. Honor demands that Convict destroy all attackers until Seminoids leave him in peace. Leave Seminoids, leave or be crushed. So it's all about the fact that again, there's something more going on with this guy. And it's not as simple as all that. He is a warrior who's defending his honor, not, trying to rule the world or anything like that. Like we see with a Lex Luthor or things like that, who are trying to, dominate in a very different way.
Yeah, I do wonder what would have happened when the Justice League showed up, if they would have just started pulling civilians away, started pulling their injured away, and not gone on the offensive on him, and maybe actually tried a diplomatic, speech. Like we've seen in Diana in Wonder Woman's title that she's approached the warrior to warrior. This is not a battle you need to fight, and that kind of wondering if they had tried something like that. Granted, they had no way of knowing. All they had to go on was the fact that John Stewart's down. Some alien is throwing cars around a town and is terrorizing town. We got to act initially. We have to react fast. So it's not we have the advantage as a comic book reader to know the overall picture of Convict.
Right, and maybe hit a Starbucks and a scone.
Hey, you know what?
And then
maybe
a movie afterwards, something like that, something friendly.
Give him one of those caramel mocha.
Really throw us for a swerve.
Yeah. Say, hey, here. This is some Starbucks. Here, try it. See if you like it.
We're sorry, Slugger.
Yeah, let's just relax here.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sure it'd work. But as the fight's going on, we're seeing the JLA drop one at a time. Because this dude is a mega powerhouse. Firestorm, Vixen gets dropped. Flash goes in for, some of his, whirlwind super speed punches, which actually lands and does some pretty good, it actually affects him, but he's taken out with one of those classic just foot stomp concussion blasts, sending him flying.
Toom.
Yeah. Dinah hits him with the canary cry, which I found I like the fact that she never just leads off with the canary cry. But with this one, she recognized, my martial art training, the judo training, none of that's going to work on this guy. I got to hit him with my big guns. This is my, this is my ace. This is my boom, atomic bomb. And it does some damage, but she knows they're getting their butts handed to her. She knows they need backup. They need help. And right on cue, the Trinity swoop in, and it's just it was a definite dun-dun-dun moment for me when you see him sweep in, and even Black Canary is like, thank God, it was a cool moment. That is just one of those things that I'm really digging about Trinity, because we are exploring the nature of the Trinity. We are exploring who they are, what they are, and how everyone sees them. So it's really cool to see this strong character, because Black Canary is a strong, powerful individual.
And a strong leader.
Right, and a wonderful leader, but even she's like, oh, thank God, the backup's here. Okay, things are going to go better now. I like that. It was a very human, very real, emotional response from her.
That's a beautiful piece of artwork there, too.
Oh, God,
the three of them there together. Mark Bagley's doing a really, really nice job with the characters. And I would say that with the whole DC universe that he's done so far, I've really, really enjoyed the whole flow of his artwork in this book.
Now, throughout all this, as normal, we have the villains watching and learning and studying, and it's cool to see that they're not just, studying going, wah, ha, ha. They're analyzing and they're discussing the nature of the Trinity, and they're discussing just yes, Black Canary is the leader, but even she defers to them. And within the Trinity, there is that hierarchy of Superman, of, Superman being the leader, and then, Wonder Woman being also a powerhouse. And Morgan just, true to Morgan, she kind of belittles what Batman's role in the Trinity is. And, on cue, Enigma jumps to the defense of him. And it's stuff like that has everybody wondering, who is Enigma? Who is he? How is he associated? Is he connected? Because on one hand, I've said before that I think maybe it could be him justifying his own existence in the evil Trinity, saying, see, this is what he brings to the table, as, kind of saying, this is what I bring to the table. But it's also, there is beyond that. So I don't know if he has a connection or if he just has a respect for Batman because he studied him so much.
Or if he's another Earth's Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, he could be another Bruce Wayne. We don't know who he is, but it is cool to see that, and it's just cool to see their interaction, especially because Morgan actually even calls out Enigma about his loyalty and his defense of Batman. So
I got so many ideas on who Enigma could be and what levels are. I got to admit, I am not set on any one thing. I don't think I have this magic look into who he is. I hear lots of ideas. I've read a lot of ideas. I'm like, okay, those all sound cool. And I see on some level, some of them all could, a lot of them connecting in many ways. So it's an interesting character.
So as we see some more cool stuff with Wonder Woman and Batman tending to the injured Leaguers, getting them out of the way as Superman leads the charge, and I'm reading this going dun da da da, just imagining this is going to be a cool fight scene. We get the title of the issue, Kaplow. Now, when I first read that title, I'm like, okay, that's got to be Big Blue clocking somebody, and complete turnaround. That was Convict dropping Big Blue one punch. Shocked look on my face, shocked look on all the the heroes' faces. It was just one of those things like, oh, that is sweet. All I needed was just Jim Ross in the background going, down goes Superman, down goes Superman. Oh my God, King, oh my God. But to be honest, also, just on a side note, the artwork on there did also, draw me.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about, favorite artists, favorite stuff like that. Right now, this Trinity, if you take storyline out of it, just the artwork on it, seeing Superman sprawled out, laying out and down, is still just something like, wow.
Is this your first exposure to Mark Bagley?
No, I've seen his other artwork. I don't, to be honest, I can't recall, say, I've read this and this and this and this with him in it, but I do remember the name Bagley.
Spider-Man? He was on regular Spider-Man book for a while before Ultimate Spider-Man.
I may have seen some of that, but I know I've read some stuff that had his artwork in it. Okay. I can't recall what it was. Now, is this his first DC stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. So, did he do X stuff?
I don't really remember.
Because I know my brother was a big-time Spider-Man fan, so maybe that's when I saw him.
Probably Spider-Man. I don't remember any big runs
I don't
remember any big runs on X books at all.
Yeah, see, my main DC title was X. There was a Captain America run. What did I say?
DC.
Oh, you know what I meant.
Well, I'm just clarifying.
Nitpick.
It's a completely different company. Call that far from... I was just clarifying that you're talking Marvel.
Okay.
I know you're a big X-Book fan. I didn't know... I was trying to answer...
but no, I'm
speculating.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've read stuff before this, but I tell you, this is
a very grouchy episode for us. We are like cats. Yeah.
I didn't take my happy pills today.
Is that what it was? I actually am very happy. I had a very good day today, so I don't know why we're attacking each other. But
I don't know. It's fun.
I love you, man.
I love you too, man. You're awesome. You're going to edit that out, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Damn.
You're like, oh, God.
Okay.
There's so much for the maturity.
Okay, let's go on to the second act, the co-feature, the whatnot story, whatever you want to call it, whatever you're comfortable with. You know, the second part of the second act of our drama.
I got to be honest with you. It's kind of funny. I still think of it as the backup, but I want to clarify that. I have trouble, like, we all, like, have all these other different labels for it, and that's cool. I've heard, like, a lot of, like, when I've called it the backup, I've had a lot of listeners who've jumped on and said that, well, no, here's why I think it's this, and they're great, valid reasons, and it's all a matter of how we read it and what we think. I guess for me, I have such fond memories of the backup feature where I don't consider them like some second form of life as far as a story goes. To me, if you look through historically, the backup feature in a book, you've heard me talk about anthologies and how much I enjoy anthologies. Those have been like, in the showcase volumes, books like Martian Manhunter. That was all backup feature. Elongated Man, all backup feature. Green Arrow was a backup feature character. These are characters with rich histories that have become these headliners that we love. Green Arrow was a backup feature for the longest time. To me, the backup feature is something I would like to see come back again, and I hope Trinity is one of those books. I don't care if they call it co-feature. I don't care what they call it. It's darn good. And, that's the important thing for me, and I want to see more of this. So whatever they want to call this type of thing, this is some great storytelling in the way that it expands within the title, the story that we're seeing. Like, we're introduced right here, and this is one of my favorite ones of these, where we get introduced to Rita. So I really want to talk about this one.
Well, first off, the backup story is written by Kurt Busiek with Fabian Niciez. What?
Just start. Oh, no, because we haven't done this one. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry. The funny part about all this is, when Jim and I were talking about it, we said you don't have to introduce the entire backup creative team every time that we're doing this particular feature because of the fact that it's staying the same as we're doing these issues. But you're right, this is the first time we've done it on this episode. I'm so
no problem. Hey, that's no problem.
I apologize.
Apology accepted.
I
love
cool. You, man.
We're cool. Fist punch. Okay. Backup story is written by Kurt Busiek with Fabian Niciez. Art by Mike Norton and Jerry Ordway. Colors by Alan Pasalacqua. Letterer Pat Brousseau. Assistant editor Elizabeth V. Garland. And editor Mike Carlin. As we said,
very creepy Raging Bullets episode.
I know, man. This is what happens when Jim drinks way too much caffeine.
Yeah, it's because we're both working.
I think so, man. This is what happens when Jim has a stressful work day and then records immediately after.
Same with me with my first day with kids and all that stuff. It was a great day, but I'm like,
yeah. As we said, this is the introduction to a really cool character, tarot card reader Rita, and I was just like, this is part of the coolness that is Trinity, are these second stories, because it's expanding on the story, it's setting you up for the next issue, or it takes pieces of a story arc and expands on it, and tells you a little bit other extra issues. So I really dig this, especially because by the end of this issue, we had a good understanding of who Rita is, and we knew what she was going to, we had a pretty good idea, enough of an interest in her that we would see where she's going to and how she's going to affect the story. But it starts off with...
this almost looks like the Wonder Woman symbol up here.
Yes, it does.
I'm sorry, in the back of the restaurant.
Yeah.
I'm just looking over there.
She's sitting in a coffee shop, and it looks like that's probably part of her morning routine. She hangs out, sips a cup of Joe, and she's reading the cards, and she's commenting on how strong of a connection she has to this. And, it's stuff like that where you're seeing her association, her friendliness, her comfort with the tarot. This is more than, she's not just a corner, flim-flam scam artist. She actually has a connection. She actually has a power. And she, the old adage from the other company, with great power comes great responsibility, and you can see she wants to be responsible with her power. She wants to use the gift correctly, which, you kind of see her get immediately shaken up when she sees an article about a bank heist. And, the second she sees it, she's like, I gotta go. And she even leaves mid-coffee, and her friend's like, hey, where are you going, Rita? What's going on? I gotta go. So right there, that kind of gets you a suggestion in my head. Maybe she had something to do with the heist. Maybe she did a reading. Maybe there's something going on, or maybe she saw it and she didn't say something. I don't know. But you could see right there's some connection to this, and it later plays out to a big part of this story.
I love her skin tones. I don't know what it is about it. Just something about the coloring.
Oh God, yeah.
She's done.
Oh yeah.
I love the just the purples in her outfit. It's just something about her. She's just a very dynamic and engaging character.
well, you think about, like, you're talking about the purples in her outfit. She has this colorful flow to her, which makes sense to a tarot card reader.
No, that's
I wouldn't
right,
see,
yeah.
it's like the modern day gypsy, the carefree, this is who I am, I'm going to have fun with what I wear, with what I do, with how I act. And that's like just a fun vibe you get from her.
It's just everything about her has a very natural flow to it. I really enjoy. There's times where coloring really stands out for me. There's other times where, I don't comment it as much, but it really has added something to my experience. It's just, I'm talking about it in a different way, but the mood was set by it and I don't realize it a lot of times. And I feel bad about that when I go back afterwards, because I know a lot of times when I get that atmospheric feel from a story, that has a factor in it. And that's why I'll, shout out the art team and talk about how spectacular all that is, because I know it's doing it. I just can't. It's not coming to my head in such a way where I can voice it in words. This is one of those where it really did stand out to me.
I know. Oh, yeah. And, Rita's heading, she's storming off the coffee shop, and she's kind of like in her own world. She doesn't even see her friend Jose, who we later learn has a huge connection into the story and some really cool stuff, and great introduction to him, because she immediately starts asking him about about the MVGs, various gang there, and immediately you start putting the pieces together. Okay, she did something for them, maybe by accident, maybe intentionally, who knows, but maybe these are the people that kind of, pulled off this bank heist, and Rita is kind of feeling guilty about her association with it. So, once again, you're getting more of that vibe from Rita. Later on, these fears are confirmed, because they show her on a corner as the MVGs show up and scare off her customer, basically telling her, hey, you helped us out, you're now our tarot reader. You're now going to do the readings for us, no matter whether you want to or not. Now, this is a cool story part that it's, this great action sequence of them pulling up, and you can see, everything that can go on. But within it, there is a smaller story that could have very easily gotten lost. And I'm really glad they had it in there. Was the old man she was doing the reading for. The card comes up, and it's the lover's card. And, initially, he's like very excited, and he's like, hey, that's a good sign, isn't it? But Rita doesn't want to give him a false sense of hope. Because, lovers also can be a sense of, hope. And it's like essentially, the hope, the longing, the togetherness. And we find out that this guy's wife is dying. And when he sees the lovers, he's thinking, hey, we're going to be together. She's going to get well. Everything's going to be good. And she's like, no, maybe it's, about your longing to be with her. Maybe it's about your love you have for her. And she doesn't want him to walk away with this false sense of security. She wants to make sure that, she helps him not hurt him in the long run. Because that could be something that would really seriously traumatize someone. You think, oh, my wife is going to be okay, and then find out, no, she's not. Oh, it would be a double whammy for him. So you see the goodness in her, in the way she deals with this the customer. It's not just a customer to her, it's someone she can help. And that, for me, was a really cool telling part of who Rita is.
I wonder, this Tito's has got to be Tito's Tacos in L.A.
Probably.
And it's this little taco stand. They do steer meat, and I loved this place. Every time I go to visit my buddy in L.A., we go to this taco stand, and it's real popular. You drive into the parking lot, it's always a nightmare to find a parking spot because there's so many people there getting tacos. But they're just amazing. And it would, honestly, if it's not that taco stand, for me, it totally fits in this story because there is such a big crowd of people that come, that it has such a steady crowd that for a tarot reader, or anybody that was working in this line of work where walking up to you, business of, not just your regulars, but, trying to get people who are just passersby and things like that, you could stay and get a pretty lucrative, business going from it.
Oh, yeah. And, it's a very fitting and appropriate place, and I gotta agree. I've never been there personally, so I've only gone by your description of the place, but it is kind of cool that it makes sense where they have her set up. It's not... it fits into the story. And
the coloring's actually right for the place, too. It's everything's
cool.
Great. It's like, it immediately hit me. I was like, can it? It has to be, I think. I don't know. If not, I'm assuming it is.
Okay. It probably
just because it added so much to my love for this particular segment that I'm like, I've been there.
It probably is that place.
I had a weird religious experience in LA one time. My lights came out, opened up. I was in LA visiting my friend Kurt. It's just kind of fitting for this type of thing. And we were outside of a Blockbuster, and he was trying to get a DVD that he'd been looking for. I had a headache, And it was just one of those things that we'd been out in the sun all day long, and I had just gotten there, so I was probably a little bit, from the flying and everything like that as well. So I'm sitting in his vehicle, and all of a sudden this lady walks up to me who'd been selling cookies in front of the Blockbuster. She goes, "Are you okay?" And I go, which was very sweet. So I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." And then she goes to me, "Do you believe in God?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah." And all that, I didn't know where this was all going. She reaches into the car and grabs my forehead. Say a prayer with me. At that point in time, if she told me to get out and do like 20 jumping jacks, I'm doing it. So I did. She totally a harmless thing. She really, did believe in all that stuff. But my headache, the funny part is, my headache did go away.
Well, there you go. She had the laying of hands.
No,
dude.
I think I was so freaked out. I'm like, I totally forget. You forget about a headache and it's like gone and all that stuff. But either way, I bought some cookies from her.
You better have, man. She cured your headache.
Well, you know what?
If you wouldn't have, I would have smacked you.
And it was such a great story at the time.
Yeah.
Right everywhere I was like, why are you wasting our time with this, Sean? But at the time, it was really a bizarre story because Kurt didn't see any of this.
Oh.
Because he'd been in there. So he comes back out and he goes, "Where'd you get the cookies?" Well, let me tell you a story. So we're driving home eating cookies and laughing about this whole thing. They were good cookies, in fairness. Yeah, so It was well worth the money. And yeah, whether directly or indirectly, she was responsible for my headache being cured. All right, as we move along.
As we continue on, the MVGs want Rita to be their personal tarot, and she obviously is not going to do it. She's like, "Hey, I didn't want to help you." It was, she did the readings just because she was so connected to it and she kind of got lost in the moment. But she's like, "I'm not going to be your personal thing. I'm not going to help you steal and hurt people." And she tries to take off. And of course, naturally, they're thugs and follows her. Well, Jose sees all this going down and he leaps right into action. Now, I had no idea who Jose was. And you said you thought maybe it was him, but you weren't too sure until later episodes that you actually see who Jose is.
Right. And well, you know what it was from his dialogue as the story was continuing, I started to realize who he might be.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to pretend that I was 100% sure I saw it right away. It was him. I started to put two and two together, especially with the gang.
Right.
But,
and he's the gangbuster, which we're going to learn later on, but it's still... it is cool to see him.
I'm not going to pretend that
his graduate.
The second that they said Jose, I'm like, oh, it's gangbuster. Hey, dude.
So Rita runs down basically a dead-end alley. And before the MVGs can get her from the shadows, the MVGs are attacked and completely destroyed by some furry-type monster that we don't get a pretty good look at it, but they do say, "She is not for you. She is meant for the three who are to rise." And we flash back to Rita, and she's just blood and guts everywhere. She's blood splattered. Jose shows up, and he's like, what happened here? And she's like, I don't know. And it's a really cool, just, flash moment. You're like, what happened? So I was like, wow, that's, it was one of those things where it pulls you, it introduces the characters, and it gets you going. But that wasn't the ending of it. I like the fact that then they went to the police. Knowing who Jose is now, I know that he have a comfortable reaction dealing with the police. That he would have a friendship with police officers. He would know, okay, I can go to them, tell them what happened, and not worry about getting thrown in jail or get busted or anything like that. I have the truth on my side because this is a guy who's been the hero, but he's also worked with police. He's worked with reporters. He's gotten that positive relationship. He is a comrade at arms in a way with them. So I like the fact that they went. That was a little thing
that I was a little suspect about, though.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. When I read it, and maybe it's just you and I have different relationship history with police and in your history with all that. When I was reading, I was kind of like, I don't know that I would go to the police in that situation.
Yeah, see.
And I'm not I believe in the law and all that type of thing. I was just kind of trying to put myself in Rita's shoes. That would be freaky as can be. Because where is the evidence of what, if anything, you're in the middle of a gang that was chasing you. Gang that was chasing you follows you down an alley. Gang that was chasing you is torn to shreds. You're the only one there, and you've got their blood on you. Yeah, I'm going to believe the police believe that I didn't do anything.
Yeah, see.
So, I mean, that would be, and I understand what you're saying. It was funny. That was a classic example of when we had this discussion the first time around. You actually changed my tune a little bit on it in the sense that you were saying, well, Gangbuster, though, would have been the one that would have been pushing to go to the police and saying, no, it's going to be okay, the truth's on our side, and that type of thing. It was, but it did, when I was reading, I was kind of like, ooh, I don't know, I'd go to the police. It didn't bug me or anything.
I know,
It was just kind of a...
And I understand,
my reaction was a little different.
And I understand your reaction, and I honestly, it was funny because when I first read it, I didn't think anything of it because I was so caught in the moment. I was thinking how I would personally react.
I didn't the first time through either.
You know, so it didn't even faze me that they went to the police, and then I started thinking more about it afterwards once I learned who he was. I'm like, okay, yeah, that really makes sense because, you know, when you have that relationship, you trust. You know, you trust in the truth. You trust in the law. And it's just, there's just something there. Where with me, if I was in a scene like that, I would trust that I know there's no evidence other than the fact that I'm standing there covered in blood.
I've watched too many police shows that don't accurately portray.
Yeah, see?
that, or read too many things that don't accurately portray or whatever that, you know, I'm obviously, yeah. I've got that weird thing on your side where you're going to get the corrupt cop that's going to look at this as an opportunity to get his big bust. Look,
yeah,
I caught the guy that tore to shred the gang,
yeah.
And all that stuff. And, yeah, I mean, I'll admit, it's my own ignorance over that situation because I don't have that rich history with it that you do. So it's one of those things where I did find it funny. Yeah, it wasn't anything that I was like sitting here. I didn't lose any sleep over it.
You weren't like, dang it, grr.
Yeah. You know, my wife wasn't like sitting here going, why are you growling? And I'm like, well, I was reading Trinity and they went to the police. It wasn't like that. But
this part ends with Rita. And the interesting thing with this is she's sitting there contemplating what's going on. She's scared about this connection she has, this strong connection. But she's also, whenever she had fears, doubts, any questions like that, she would turn to the cards for the answers. She trusted in the cards. This was her lifeline. This was her life support system. Now she's doubting it. And for the first time in her life, she's hesitating to do a reading. And that for me was just a cool just moment into who this character is, who her psyche is. It would be like, you know, us being afraid to pick up a comic book and read a comic book. You know, this is her lifeblood. This is this isn't just something she does, this is who she is. And I like the fact that there was that hesitation in her and, you know, just that wonder, is this the right thing to do? What should I do now?
You can't win Millionaire if you're not willing to pick up your lifeline.
Okay.
Something wrong with me.
Okay, as we get started on issue number 4 of Trinity, we got to talk about, of course, because it's now the 4th, we're starting the new 3-panel covers. And just looking at it, you can pretty much have a pretty good idea what the full picture is going to explain, because this one shows Superman fighting, and it's obviously he's fighting Convict. And once again, another one looking forward to. Also, the cover this time is adding on, it's not only just Carlos Bachenko, but it's also Jesus Marino on there as well, working on it. So these covers, I've raged about them before. I raged about them when we had Alan, and I'm going to continue raging on about them. I really, really dig this concept of the 3 covers making the full picture.
I get excited to see the whole image when it's done. I mean, how cool is that?
And they are on the DC website, by the way. I saw them as screensavers you can get from the actual DC website, so I've
been pulling them and saving them for my PS3, and I'm using them as rotating backgrounds. I actually want to make my own PlayStation 3 theme with rotating covers, ones that I can change up whenever I want to.
Yeah.
So that way I can play around with it. So I'm looking forward to that customization. But my desktop theme is always comic covers now. My PSP has themes that are comic covers. That's something that's one of the great things about game systems and computers and laptops and all that. These comic covers from the companies, all of comics, make wonderful ways to customize and show your fandom.
Yeah. Issue opens up with Wonder Woman just laying down a classic beatdown, and I was just like, I was glad to see. The last issue, it ended with Soup getting dropped, by a Convict. Wonder Woman naturally just jumps right into the battle, and just opens up throwing down.
I love seeing the scrapes on her. like the battle scars and scrapes, and it's basically shown she's in a battle right now, and she's been in a battle. We've seen that through all of the issues so far. So we're in issue 4, and we're seeing her showing battle damage. I really like that warrior concept about her. That it shows, hey, she's been in the thick of it.
She's going to get hurt, but the pain, you play through the pain, you work through the pain, you take it, you use it to your own strength. However you want to word it or say it, it all means the same thing. You're a warrior, tough it up, knuckle up, don't let some bumps, bruises, and scrapes slow you down. You got a job to do, so do your thing.
That's increased my respect for her, though. We see it in her own solo title, where we see battle damage with her. We see it in this book, where we're seeing her take battle damage. It adds a little bit of her personality. It adds a little bit of her tone. It adds a little bit of the thing that adds kind of toughness to her, and that strength of character that she carries on and continues fighting no matter what. Mm-hmm. And I love that aspect of her.
Okay. Well, super covers, and here's the other cool thing. I said this last comic, and it continues on the same type of theme. He doesn't immediately just jump in and start pounding on Convict. Instead, he's clearing the area. He's trying to get the fight out of town, and we even see him try to kind of negotiate a little bit, where he snatches up Convict and Grack and takes him up in the air, figuring they can't fly. Maybe he can actually have a discussion with them, find out what's going on, and this, of course, leads to the title.
I like this, though. I'm happy to talk. This doesn't have to stay violent. But since neither of you can fly, you should be helpless up here until we settle things. And I like that part where he's like, I'm going to take them out of the situation, take them out of where they can do any damage, then reason with them in a spot where I have control of the situation, or at least he thinks. And we see that it doesn't necessarily go the way he's expecting, but I did like that little edge of the whole thing in that he wasn't trying to reason with them where they could be causing more damage and danger.
Yeah, and this leads to the title. Once again, you're going to see I'm constantly pulling where the titles come from, because I really like that.
I do too, yeah.
And he's like, oh, Cape Semioid. Think so? And I was just like, it kind of had the Yoda theme going through my head when he said it, and I was just like, cool.
Absolutely.
Little geek out, I know, but, naturally, things don't go exactly as they planned as, Grack blasts Soup with a mind blast, and the three of them start plummeting back to Earth, which, you kind of think is kind of funny because, one, the whole problem that Grack is like, going, hey, Convict, help, help, help. And like, dude, if you hadn't blasted the guy who was flying you up in the air, you wouldn't have this problem now, would you?
Grack, I want to see Grack smack down in the worst way.
I know. You just want to see Convict say, forget you, I'm going to be fine on my own. Let's see if you can learn to fly in a matter of a couple seconds as you go splat.
I love seeing within this story all of these characters. I know we've been saying it over and over again, but seeing Firestorm, Vixen, Green Lantern, Flash, and all of them handled so well. Hawk Girl rescuing people in the background. Black Canary. I want to see more of this in comics where, you see people in the background. You see the background characters. This is awesome.
Yeah, and and we're talking about just the usage of these characters. As they're plummeting to Earth, Firestorm, Green Lantern show up and tell Soup, hey, you're needed in town. We can handle this. You flash then back to the town where they show Wonder Woman actually helping some people, rescuing people from the building, but she's not just swooping in and saving them, pulling them out. Instead, she's encouraging them. There's this steel I-beam that they have to cross from one building to another, and she's like, you got to cross the beam. I can't carry all of you. And people are scared naturally. If I had been there, that would have been interesting, because yes, that I-beam would have formed a bridge in my mind, and there's no way I would have walked across it. But Diana's there to encourage them, to inspire them, saying, come on, you can do this. You got to do this.
I love that she's loaded up with people, though.
Yeah, while she's doing this, yeah.
Yes, it's so awesome just to see that aspect of her, and then see Superman coming in and helping out. I like the team aspect.
And as always, with any of these sequences, throughout all of it, we got the evil Trinity watching them. Well, they're actually a duo right now. We haven't gotten a third member in yet, but a matter of moments. And Morgan and Enigma, they're watching, and it's, once again, they're talking about, just the differences of the characters, which is the revolving theme throughout Trinity and all the issues about, each one's different. And even Morgan comments that Superman clearly is the savior, while Wonder Woman inspires others to achieve. And, right on this cue, Enigma jumps in and defends Batman again.
She says he scares the hell out of people, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I like, though, that you see a confidence in Enigma. Enigma carries himself, you figure he's another one, he's not running around with superpowers. But he's carrying himself with an intense amount of confidence.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, I wonder, part of it is if he's, just singing Batman's praises to, justify his own existence, or if there is something more there. That's why I'm at two schools of thought with this guy.
Well, though, if you think about it, the best way to handle an adversary is to know them and respect them.
True.
So, I think the best adversarial relationships that you see in comics and media and books and, movies, whatever, are when you've got two opponents who respect the power levels of the other one, respect the modus operandi of the person that they're fighting. Those are the types of things that I think they add strength to those characters. So that's the part that I'm eating up. In that end, that he doesn't necessarily have to be linked to him as in they grew up together, they're former friends or things like that. He may be in some level from a different Earth that way. I don't know, because we don't know his origin yet. But that doesn't matter. It's definitely, there's a level of respect that could easily come from the fact that he just respects him as an opponent.
Yeah, and what's funny, because as we're talking about this, Morgan calls him out as well, just about his devotion, and Enigma stands tall, and he's like, what do you think exactly Batman's doing at this time as his fight rages on? Which is great segue, to where Batman's doing.
Shows how well he knows him too. So that's very telling, because he knew Batman was up to something else. So he's studied this guy. Convict doesn't give up at this point. I love the clap, the thunderclap, toom.
Yeah, and he's actually Superman and Wonder Woman are doing like a tag team on him, double effort on him, and it's it's kind of funny because throughout this fighting, his fur, he had yellow fur, it turns into a hardened armor. And even Superman comments that the dude's getting stronger now. So you have this really tough opponent who, when he's faced with an outside opponent, an adversary, matches and strengthens, which, I was just like, great. Yeah, I'm like, oh, great.
And here's the question. What else can he do that we don't know about? We see an awful lot in here. Is there more to him that we don't know about yet? So that's what I'm wondering.
And while this is raging on, you see this furry-type hand, which we'll later learn is one of Morgan's goons, brand Wonder Woman with what initially looks like an Omega symbol to me. That's how I kind of took it. But, we have this fight just going on, and it starts to appear that it's not just a fight to take out or beat up, Convict. It's more of a diversion. Because throughout all this, which will give Enigma a nice chance to gloat about what is Batman doing, because we start to see what he's doing. He's backtracking where the alien crash landed, getting back to the ship, see if he can get some clues, using the detective in him, figure out who your enemy is and how you can better defeat them. I was just like, hoorah!
Yeah, strategy and information gathering. I love that. It's totally Batman. Because realizing that he's going to be useless in the physical fight. If these two are tag teaming him and aren't making a dent, what can he do? And I love that.
Yeah, and Batman finds the ship, and it's kind of funny because he's sitting there scouting out the area. He's talking normally, but obviously Clark can hear him because the super hearing. But he's saying, everything's under control here. I don't see anything too major dangerous. And you see, like, Grack right up there just getting ready to pounce. And I'm sitting there. At first you think, oh, no, what's Batman going to do? But then you stop and think, oh, yeah, Batman's just going to kick his ass. So, I was just like, yes.
We get back to these backups again. These have been some of my favorite backups so far.
Oh God!
Introducing her, I'm really enjoying her character. We've got some art team changes.
Oh yeah, and this one, there's like two strong story arcs going on here. There's the tarot sequence, and there's the dream sequence. Our team for the tarot sequence was once again Mike Norton, Jerry Ordway, but for the dream sequence they added Scott McDaniel and Andy Owens. So I was like, this is going to be some pretty cool. Just seeing that initially, I was like, oh, okay. I wonder what they're going to do with this. And
when we were talking to Alan, I mentioned how much I really, and it's looking at this again, how much I really enjoyed the colors in this sequence, how mystical in nature it was. And I really, really liked the choices that he made in coloring this sequence. It looks really great because this is real magic. She's just really a clairvoyant. So it's interesting to see her and actually respect that kind of aspect of her.
Now, the issue opens up with Rita, and she does finally end up doing the reading. And she's doing her own reading for herself. And we said last issue she had that fear, apprehension, what she's going to see. And it's cool because the vision really continues on, and it catches her off guard. Starts off with the Queen of Pentacles, telling her she's in control and is connected to a higher power, followed by the World, telling her she has to use these powers, and then Death, which means transition, but she starts to question whether she's going to be using her powers to end the world. And I was just like, ooh, okay, now I can start seeing why... maybe, why she's involved in this, and what the evil Trinity is going to look at for her. Maybe there's this, there is this connection to a higher power.
Here's the question, though, too. I keep wondering if she's pulling out these 3 cards, if she's reading herself, or if something more is happening here. If she's reading about these Trinities in here as she's pulling them out.
Well, when she's doing the readings, she's doing the reading for herself.
Right.
Because that's the way the tarot works. It's yourself.
You also saw when she was doing, and as we see more with her tarots, when she's doing readings for other people, it's the cards are kind of taking on a life of their own. So I'm wondering if this might be, I'm just speculating here, if this might be the start of that, where the cards are, I agree that they're tied to her to a certain extent, but because she's so interlinked with this Trinity as well, I'm wondering if this isn't part of it. I'm just speculating. I'm not...
My understanding of tarot is relatively limited, but I think when you're doing like a reading for some, if I was reading you, you would shuffle the cards, you would do the stuff, and then I would put the cards on. That's where I think it goes. I'm not 100% certain.
Remember, though, we've already seen that when she's done readings for other people, they haven't been that person's reading.
Yeah.
So something more is going on here. I'm just going off of the fact that we've seen now that the cards are taking on a life of their own. So is this her reading, or is it something more? I don't know. That's why I'm just questioning as I'm going along. It could very well be that that's what it is, but now I'm questioning things. So I don't know. That's what I'm enjoying that.
Yeah, it's the unfolding mystery that is Trinity. So it's it's that enjoyable ride. You sit back, you hang on, and enjoy what you're reading. So and these dream sequences are cool because tarot just slips into this trance and it just segues into this new world and whatnot. And we get really our first good glimpse of Despero here.
I agree.
And I was just like, we see. I was kind of shocked a little bit and a little bit taken back because my limited experience is pure mental powers, taking over Superman, taking over heroes. But this, we're seeing a conqueror. We're seeing a powerhouse. He's big guns, nasty attitude. I was just like, it kind of caught me off guard. I didn't know what to expect from this Despero, and this may be the normal guy.
Yeah.
See, I don't know.
Take a look, and you can do a Wikipedia search of him. He has these kind of power levels where he can go toe to toe with like a Martian Manhunter and things like that. So he's got a history of that. There is more to him than that. You're 100% correct on your assumptions on the powers that he has, but there's more to it than that. So this is very much a part of him as well.
Okay, yeah, and the dude has a definite barbarian feel to him. It's like he's granting no quarter to the enemy and basically lives by the code of conquest. So I was just like, okay, I can understand this dude.
Yeah.
As it continues on, it looks like he's challenged by a former ally.
Kanjaro, yes.
Kanjaro, okay.
Another one with a rich DC history. So these are all characters and villains that are being pulled cosmically from the DC histories. Kanjaro is another one. These are great characters. If you want to do a Wikipedia search or a web search, you're going to find out more about these characters. They're pulling. You don't need to necessarily know who they are. They're filling out what their role is going to be in Trinity. Kanjaro was just pulled as an Easter egg for fans because he fits where Despero currently is. So rather than making somebody new, let's pull Kanjaro. And that was cool to do that because that's one of the great things about Trinity. We're seeing villains and heroes pulled in that are appropriate for the setting and for the situation. Just like we were geeking out about the Justice League members being pulled in, the Flash being pulled in at certain points, this Kanjaro is another one. Let's pull him in. You don't need to know who he is for this part. There's nothing that you need to know about him other than that, like you said, he and Despero could easily have been allies, but very similar like what we see with characters like Luthor when he teams up with people. You always got to wonder if you're going to get the knife in the back.
Oh, yeah. I tell you, I was digging these sequences because, Kanjar is offering him a nice little proposal about splitting the world and share the fortunes, but Despero doesn't seem like he's not the sharing kind of guy because wonderful counter proposal. The counter proposal.
And you know Kanjar's only making that proposal because he knows he's outgunned here.
Yeah.
And that he's like trying to recover any way he can. And Kanjar's another one. I have no doubt that if Despero were to take that, Kanjar's another one. Knife in the back, first chance that he gets.
Yeah. Yeah. A counter proposal row. I grind your corpse to ash and devour your corpse. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a kind of a. He's not a team player to me.
No.
Well,
he is as long as people are under his rule.
Right. As long as
he's a general.
Yeah.
You know, he's got that kind of aspect to him, and I like that about him. This actually really works. I'll have your sniveling, skulking head on a pike.
Yeah. Oh. Only vermin bargain, a strong man takes what he wants. These are just classic conqueror type, dialogue that I was just like eating up. Though Roe does show a little bit of sign of intelligence as he takes off running, which I guarantee I would have done. There's no way I would have gone up against this dude. And if I had the choice between leaving you to be devoured by Despero, sorry, dude, your dinner. I'm gone.
See, I would have already stabbed you and left him to eat your...
What a pal. Thanks, appreciate
it. You were just planning to leave me, so I want to make sure I leave you first. You know what I really like to all kidding aside, I like with Kanjar Rowe, I like how his wings look very flying squirrel. They look like they would really work in that aspect to it. So I really like that. And I like the sound effect and everything to them, like it's a cape, very similar to what we're seeing with the base jumping Batman cape in the movies.
Right.
This works on that same level for me, and I like tech every so often, whether it's a space age ones or whatever, where it looks like it's real, where it looks like it could work.
But I tell you, it is good to see a villain who makes a threat, a bold threat like "I will devour your corpse," but actually mean it, because
they're standing on a pile of bodies.
Yeah, and there's a couple of sequences when he's questioning the tech, the locals, the tech assistants, scientists, whatever you want to call them. When they don't answer correctly, he rips them limb from limb and then literally eats their flesh. I was just like, wow, that's just not a figure of speech for this guy. He's a literal type of dude.
Wait, and if I saw somebody rip you in half in front of me, dude, I'd be telling him anything he wants to know.
Oh yeah, definitely. He wouldn't have been standing on a pile of bodies if I was the second guy. Mm-hmm. I would have made stuff up just to keep,
He's chomping on the guy while he's talking to him. He's chomping on the other guy. I mean, I'm like, whoa.
That's a very effective interrogation strategy. I got to admit that.
And I love Kanjar Rowe looking over this whole thing. That he's shocked by the amount of loyalty that they even had considering the situation. Because they are hired thugs, or, they're people that are under them. What I liked is Despero's thugs look just as impressive as he does. They look a little smaller, but they look just as fierce and beastly. Yeah. He's surrounded himself with an army that really could conquer places. So, I mean, it shows that he's got a game. I like that. I like that aspect.
Yeah, and you think about it, he leads by conquer, he leads by being stronger, so he will have strong and powerful. Any of his weaker people will be the first ones killed off. It's only the strong who will survive.
Here's my favorite part of the scene, because you were talking before about his mental powers. And we see Despero where he actually sees that she's having a dream about him, that it's a clairvoyant dream where she's actually witnessing these events unfolding. And because of that, he's able to tune into her mind. He takes a look over his shoulder and notices her. How cool is that?
I know, and especially this was a sequence where really seeing the different arts teams and arts styles looked really cool. Because you had a panel of the dream sequence style, the Rita style, then back to the dream sequence style. Nice flow through, different look, but it had to be a different look because of the dream sequence. I really ate that up.
Yeah.
Rita eventually snaps out of her, the trance or dream or whatever you want to call it.
It seemed like she was sleeping or...
Yeah, it was a combination of mystic dream, trance, higher power calling her in. I don't know. Not sure, but, and it's Jose on the phone calling her. And he's concerned for her safety, and it's actually a very appropriate concern. because we see some of some powerhouse bad guys who I had no idea who these people were, but looking at them, okay, those are villains. Those are villains being hired to find her, stop her, figure out what it was. Because the MVGs are connected. They're not just street gangs. They have a higher connection to another organized crime element.
Right. Who actually are, it's the Culver, what do they call them? The Culver Boulevard 68, who are more of the old school. They've been around longer. They're more established. They have a rich history. They're more of the big gang, where the MGVs obviously want to be, or MVGs want to be a part of them.
Right. And it's cool.
When we were talking about the three who shall rise, it's not these three that we're seeing at the end of the issue here. The three who shall rise is clearly Morgana.
Yeah, the Dark Trinity.
Yeah. Enigma, and of course, soon to be Despero.
Yeah, and I think I really digged was Rita does go to her old standby. As soon as she starts talking to Jose, she starts doing the reading of him over the phone. And he is the Nine of Swords with the Nine of Cups. Mm-hmm. He's her knight in shining armor with issues and concerns about past mistakes, and he does not want to repeat. Wonderful foreshadowing for when they start laying out who Jose is and what's going on, especially with with the Rita Jose story arc. I ate that up. I was like, yes, this is some cool lead-in tie-ins. Just get you concerned about them, get you wondering who are these people, get you wanting to see more of them. It was great teasing, great, just prep and layout.
When we talk about the three who shall rise, that was another thing too. I was wondering if that didn't have a dual meaning, like which three shall rise, because it's the battle between two different trinities. Yeah. So which trinity shall rise out of this conflict? And so it could have a dual meaning on that level. I don't know.
Here's something else I was thinking. What if there's a third Trinity we don't know about?
I don't think we're
three Trinities in the Trinity. I
think we're going to see lots of threes, though, in general. Like we see these three guys at the end, who are sent after her. I think we're going to see lots of variations on Trinities and why they're so important to DC. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there will be another Trinity. I mean, technically, we already did see a third Trinity in these three thugs.
Right.
That end up showing up. I love how this backup, though, which has seemed to be so far just an origin of Rita, then leads into the foregrounds, the main story. So I keep wanting to refer to this as a backup, but it really, to me, this feels like an anthology. I guess it's kind of the easiest way for me to view it because of the fact that back story, the story in the second, can become so many different things. It can branch off the end of the first story. It can lead into the next issue. It can be its own self-contained story. That's really what I like about it.
And we've seen some background information that they've used and stuff like that. They're really using the second act wonderfully. I really enjoy this. I was the guy who was in love with 52. I truly enjoyed Countdown. I picked up the trades of it. I am back to saying I love a weekly series just because of this is a different weekly series than they did before. And it's not just a cool Trinity story, it's a cool story. Mm-hmm. They could have honestly plugged in any three heroes into this format style, and I would have been happy, because it's a great storytelling.
Yeah, I totally agree with you 100%. Awesome. Jim, that was our issue 4 that we had done out in Pittsburgh. It's one of the funny things is that we were doing that issue 3. I was like, what did we say in issue 4? I was trying to remember and rack my brain with it again. But we recorded it out there, so I really wanted to put the Gypsy Café version just because I was so excited to record at the Gypsy Café. I didn't want to lose that segment. I was kicking myself that we're even doing that. This Trinity number 5. I love these covers. I really got to say that the 3 connected covers. I know we've talked about this before, but it really is a novelty feature. That with it being the Trinity, the fact that they handled this way really has me kind of jazzed to see what the new covers are going to be.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I know we've talked about it, and we'll probably discuss it even more as different covers come out. This is. I'll be honest with you. I'm not usually that jazzed about covers. Where I'll sit there and say, "Oh man, did you see that cover? That's great." This one has me really doing that. This one,
even though you bought that Black Adam variant cover.
True. As I said, I'm not always. That's how many variant covers do I have? You think about it. I don't usually go out seeking it. So, But this one,
But it's character driven
yeah.
a lot of times and
Yeah.
visual driven.
And for me, I'm seeing the passion that people have behind cover art. And there's a lot of people out there that really sit there, stare at the cover, and they can tell you issues such and such from Action Comics at this cover. And I'm always amazed that people have, one, that memory that they can remember that stuff, but two, that they have such a strong connection to the comic that they would remember what the cover looks like. There's been a lot of covers that when I look at it, I say, that's beautiful cover art, but if you were to ask me, okay, Jim, what's the cover for Teen Titans number 10? I couldn't tell you.
Right.
But there are probably people out there who say, oh, Jim, that's such and such and such. Don't you remember? That was this great cover by so-and-so, so-and-so. And I'm not that kind of guy. With this, I remember these covers.
That's
With
cool.
this one, I can, as I'm looking at, like, when I get the first one of the three, I'm like, oh, this is probably going to be something like this. Like, this is the picture with Convict and Wonder Woman fighting. So it's like, yeah, this is cool. Seeing the three of them up against with Convict. I want to see these all together. It's probably going to look awesome.
It's funny. Comics, because they're an art form, just like novels or, when you go to the art museum or things like, we've talked about this a million times, that they're art forms and open to interpretation. You can read comics in different ways. You can see comics in different ways. You can approach them in different ways. A lot of that's based on your background. Somebody who has a strong art background reads their comics a very different way than we do. Somebody who is a strong writer, meaning that they have a strong writing background. For me, I've been a comic fan. My whole comics kind of brought me here. So, I kind of look at everything, but sometimes because of the fact that I haven't taken art classes, I don't notice certain things about line work or things like that. I just know that I find it pleasing. And, that's the kind of fan I am. I mean, I enjoy those things. I'm trying to get more in tune with what I like to kind of express that more, and it's a fun journey. It is funny, though. I've noticed more and more, I'll get into debates with people on the forum over characters and interpretations of scenes and things like that. And I really enjoy, a lot of times the reasons, and you'll see me, I'll edit every one of them. You'll see edited by Sean and such, because I'll go back and look for my tone and what I'm saying. Because, a lot of times you'll type something and, you're just having a passionate rant and all that, and you don't mean it to come across a certain way. So I'll edit it. Inevitably, it never does any good because it never comes off the way I really intended anyway. But it is interesting to me, like with this show, to hear different interpretations of scenes. Like when we were talking about the police station, for example. You completely interpreted that a very different way than I did, and that added something to the story for me. Even if I don't completely see it that way, it did that. This week, it was, the most recent thing was over Amazons and, use of technology. And that was on one of the listener rant threads. And it was after I realized that historically, I was completely messed up in what I was saying as far as when it actually happened in the comics. It was an interesting debate, and it wasn't about right or wrong. It was just about, what did you see and how did you see it and all that stuff. And that's fun for me to have those kind of debates. And I completely lost where I was going with this, but when you were talking about covers, that's kind of the interesting things. Like, I'm the same way as you in the sense that I appreciate the covers. I probably appreciate covers more than you do, though, because I am more inclined. I probably have a lot more variants than you do. Because a lot of times I get into the visiting cover artist, who it doesn't necessarily do the interiors, but then, for the Justice Society, I'm starting to pick up more and more the ones by Dale Eaglesham because I like his artwork so much. And if they want to get me to buy multiple copies of Secret Six, they need to have a different cover artist on there doing one cover, and then Nicholas Scott and Doug Hazel would do another cover, and, I would do that. Because I like Nicholas Scott so much. But, that's the kind of thing where there's certain artists that will generate me to buy a variant. That's the kind of thing that gets me going. So I do like variant covers. I did it with Hush. When Hush came out, I like Jim Lee's art a lot. So when, Jim Lee variants, like villain variants and heroes variants and all this other stuff like that, they had me like a fish on a hook. I'm like, oh, that looks cool. I got to get that gatefold covers that fold out. And I'm like, oh, I'll grab that. And I'm like, all that stuff. Then I buy the Absolute Hush that has all that in there anyway, in larger. I'm like, how much did I spend on these variants that I didn't really need to buy because I was going to buy the Absolute version with everything? Just tell me from the beginning you're going to do an Absolute of something that I'm enjoying the artwork on, so I don't do that.
Oh, come on, but that's half the fun of it.
Oh, yeah, it's brilliant, yeah.
All right, we continue on with issue 5, and we get it opens up with just a beautiful page spread of the JLA down for the count. And it was at this point in time when I realized something, that we've had them fighting with Convict now for a couple issues, and I'm not bored with it, because it's not just about some powerhouses pounding on each other. You have all these side stories. You have the backup feature, explaining, adding, and building on the story. You have Batman off doing his thing. You have the villains, watching them, studying them. There's all types of action outside of the physical action.
I'll tell you also why you're not bored with it either, though. But if you take a look at the pages, it's really about an issue and a half. Mm-hmm. We've actually had them for an issue and a half at this point, and then you have the second feature that's introducing characters like Rita to the whole thing. So
yeah, there's more than a pounding, and I like that.
Yeah.
It's a cool usage of the weekly format with this the double issue, double feature, whatever you want to call it.
Superman's inner dialogue.
Oh
here.
God,
oh dude,
you can see the Kansas farm boy. He's giving himself a pep talk. He's like, yeah, he's tough, I've taken a pounding, but I'm getting my second win. I can handle this guy. I got a handle on things, and I like just seeing that encouragement to himself. He's got to get focused. He's got to get pumped. He's like, yeah, hoorah! I was eating it up. It fits who he is.
I got a question for the forum, or for Alan, or for anybody else who listens to this. If you could post it in the episode thread that goes along with this. The lettering on this, the coloring choices for the lettering and all that, who decides that? Who knows that? I would love to know that information, because besides the colors and the artwork and everything else that's going on in this particular piece, and the dialogue and everything, the choices done by lettering in this, as far as the color coding for the characters and all that, it's added something to this experience for me. Like, I noticed it, and I really I'm like, ooh, that is really cool. Whereas a lot of times lettering does set mood and tempo in the way that it's done, but I don't always notice it. And that's not a knock on it. It's just, sometimes they're meant to just be in there and add to the mood and the atmosphere without distracting from it. In this case, it adds to the mood and the atmosphere and gets me excited about the character talking. So it was something where I noticed it and appreciated it. Another book where I noticed is Jonah Hex sometimes, where they handle the lettering in there. Jonah Hex is another book because of the Western atmosphere. I think it stands out more that it's blending in with the Western environments. So it was just, there's very few times where I get an opportunity to talk about lettering. And this is one where, because I don't do lettering, I noticed it, and I really appreciate it. It looks really cool here. So I'd love to know who makes a decision on it, because I like, the way that it's handled with the larger letters when they first start talking, giving, again, that these are big characters, talking about big things, strong inner dialogue that is really defining who these people are, and then the color coding, and then just the whole way it just works great. It really does. And what letters, and what words are bold, and it's a nice flow. So, I don't know, kind of a little mini rant about lettering that I'm just really enjoying.
And, yeah, dude. Hey, I co-signed on your ranting and enjoyment. Now, throughout this fight, it's kind of cool because we see Batman calling for help. But the neat thing I like is the fact that Diana can recognize that Clark heard the call for help and recognized it was probably Batman. It wasn't done through the con.
It as a call for help or a call to...
For assistance.
Yeah.
It's not help. It was a call for assistance.
I was taking it more as a call to dialogue and really plan strategy and things like that. Because
I took it as he needed Superman where he was at. It wasn't a matter of... my life is in danger, help me, but it was he knew he needed Superman to do what he had to do.
Right.
And the coolness, again, is Diana, her character.
I guess I was taking you meant help as in the sense that Batman was in some form of trouble.
No.
It was more so that he was making the best use of the resources that he has around him. Okay, so we're saying the same thing in different ways.
And I said this before, I'll continue saying it. Wonder Woman is my favorite character right now in this Trinity story. Mm-hmm. She is just being written so cool. I'm digging her and her solo stuff. This fits right into the solo stuff, so I'm very Wonder Woman happy right now. I'm like thrilled. Seeing her, and I want to see her in more stuff and her crossovering with stuff, and just this characterization of the Amazon code, and just who she is. I was like, hoorah!
I have to be honest with you. I'm probably harder on Gail's work whenever I do my top bullets because very similar to how, remember when we started the show, we wouldn't have creators on, and I found that I was harder on the creators when I had them on the show because I didn't want to. Well, geez, Sean's just so I put a lot more effort into my decision making. I put a lot more effort into my commentary when I'm talking about that book. Like, why is it here? Why am I referring to it? Wonder Woman's a book. When I put that in my top 5, I'm like, does it belong here? Why does it belong here? What impact is it making on me that month? Because I don't, because of the fact that we've had the opportunity to meet her and converse with her and had her on the show and all that stuff, I want to make sure that I'm like, I don't want anyone to ever come back and say, well, Sean's just putting it there because it's Gail Simone. There is a certain amount of that anyway, though. As a fan, if you enjoy somebody's writing and they're your favorite writer, you're going to put them there anyway. But I didn't want it to just be as simplistic as that. I really wanted to take a look at the nature of the work and expect it there. Wonder Woman's fantastic right now.
Oh, God, yeah.
I love the Greg Rucka run. That was fantastic. This is another fantastic run that has me super excited about this character, where this is a book I am gravitating to in a way that, it's my favorite characters are getting to me. And it doesn't, my favorite character is still Batman and Hawkman, but Wonder Woman right now is very similar to what would happen with All New Adam with us.
Yeah.
Where it was just that book where I'm just kind of like, why can't I stop talking about this guy? I'm the same way with Wonder Woman right now. It is spectacular.
Okay.
And you're right.
And we're seeing,
this is that character. And I guess that's why I'm doing this rant, because, for me, I'm like, oh, yeah, when I'm reading Trinity, I can't get enough of this. It literally is, it's one of the books. This week was a crazy week with Trinity 11, because not only did Trinity come out, we had Action Comics, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Literally, the first 4 titles I read.
Yeah.
And it was literally, I could not grab anything else. They were the books I grabbed first. It was a big week outside of that. There's a ton of great reading in there. But it was, and I mean, how cool is that right now that the top of the stack books are these books, and it has to do with the creative teams that are working on these wonderful titles, and it's great.
Oh, God, yeah. And it's, we're talking just so many hoorah moments when she's like, hey, because Soup didn't want to initially leave because, Convict's powerful. She's like, hey, I can hold the line. I can deal with this. You go and do what you got to do. And it was just like double-fisted cram punches and just really cool stuff. But I liked why Batman needed Superman. It wasn't to fight, Garak. It wasn't that he needed assistance. He was playing good cop, bad cop. But Superman was the bad cop. Mm-hmm. I howled. I laughed out loud that he could actually do that. It would make sense. Garak has no idea who Superman is. All he knows is that this powerhouse is going toe-to-toe with Convict, and is throwing down, hitting as hard, if not harder than Convict. So, Garak's going to see this massive powerhouse. But throughout it, you have the little hidden clues back and forth between Batman and Superman. Same thing we had with that first issue where he says, Diana, you're a vision in boots, to have Clark. He does the same thing with it. Like, Garak, you've seen what he can do. Tell me about the life support system. Basically telling Superman, use your vision, scan for threats, scan for this life support system. See what you can tell me that this guy isn't going to give up. I was eating it up. I was like, yes, this is the greatest team up. This is the Batman, Superman working together, knowing each other well enough that they would pick it up.
Yeah, and it's the world's finest team. And it is, I like familiarity. I like first meetings just as much. We've seen with Blue Beetle and Manhunter, for example, recently. I really enjoy that kind of stuff. But in this case, to see that familiarity too, you get a well-rounded spectrum of relationships. Mm-hmm. Very similar to the email we just got right now. DC Universe is all about good relationships. This is a great example of writing one of the greatest relationships in comics history well. And, there's been people who've handled it very well. There's been people who've been a little off the mark. This is really, really well done, Superman, Batman.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, it's just great characterization. And throughout all this, of course, the villains are watching. And Morgan is still not giving Batman his props, even though we're seeing Batman come up with a solution to take down Convict. So that just is, for me, is just makes the ending that much sweeter. And you wonder if Enigma does any little gloating, or if he doesn't, I don't know. You just kind of want to see Enigma do a little gloat. See, told you so. Batman's the guy who actually figured out how to take down the powerhouse, not Superman, not Wonder Woman. That's Batman's role, and I like that. as Diana continues fighting, we see Soup come back with the suspended animation device. And as he blasts him with it, we get this issue title. Great. Now he's holding his breath, but it's a quick solution for Diana, who gives him one good, shot in the Boilermaker, causing him to, breathe in the animation stuff or the gas or however exactly, whatever it is that put him under, and keeps him under throughout their journey here. So cool improvisation.
It says the gas is tailored for his species to put him under preparatory cryo sleep. So, they pulled it from
the actual ship. Yeah, right. So it's cool improvisation. Improvise, adapt, overcome. It's the nature of what a hero does. You can't just go at a problem one way, ground pound.
Maybe
you got to
he
improvise.
needs another shot. No, I don't think that'll be necessary.
It's just a cool, just... Ooh, I love it, man. It's just... It wasn't a powerful blast ending. It was a thinking ending. And that, for me, is a cool comic. When it's not going to be the Superman, him battling it out, duking it out, and bloodied up, uniform tearing, desperation, last death move. No, it was a team concept. It was a team taking him down. It was the Trinity that did it. And I was like, hoorah. As the issue ends, we see that Greg got away. And they're talking about how Convict's powers are off the charts. Be careful. They're taking him to the slab and keep him contained. Watch out for him. And as I'm reading this, Convict and Greg are going to come back later in Trinity. It's going to happen. And I'm looking forward to it, to seeing if Convict will recognize that the heroes aren't the bad guys. That he doesn't have to duke it out with them. He doesn't have to fight it out. I'm wondering if there's going to be a understanding or whatnot. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past the issue to do something different with the character than just do a straightforward round 2 battle. Now, we've talked all about the coolness of the interaction between the Trinity throughout all these issues, and this one has that great, once again, just that great interaction, because, Diana's asking the others, like, okay, who's going to tell me I need medical attention? If you tell me to get my wound checked out, you're patronizing me because I'm a woman. If you don't, you're holding back because I'm a woman. Your modern world's awkward sometimes. And you just like seeing her just do that little dig, nag at him.
It's actually an interesting statement on our society, though, because we've become so worried about political correctness that in many ways we're kind of in a trap. Because I think we're in many ways making ourselves constantly bring this stuff to the forefront, because we treat people differently based on sex, based on race, based on whatever, because we try so hard to tap dance around things that we're almost making awkward moments that are continuing the problems in a different way, if that makes sense. And I love that she's commenting on that in such, in the way that only Diana can. And that shows great writing, because if you hear me, I'm stumbling over even trying to explain my thoughts on this. And that's what to me is so brilliant about this. It's said so simply and so brilliantly here that it's great. And it is because I'm in that. Obviously, I'm part of the problem. But because of the way I'm explaining it, I sound so awkward and weird. So it's natural. And that's what the part I loved about it so much. I'm like, oh, yeah, I get that. I don't know how to correct it, but I get it. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, she's right.
And, of course, it's the logical Batman who basically tells her, get the wound checked out. He's not politically correct. He is the Batman. Right. So it's yes. It's once again, but you can see that little kind of smirk on her face and the what do we do look on Batman and Superman's face initially. Once again, it's great artwork in with a cool little story part, and I was just like, yeah, I'm digging this. It's this wonderful reaction that is an interaction that is the Trinity. And this is what I wanted out of this book. I wanted to see them deal with each other the way that no one else would deal with them. The issue ends with Tarot, and it's her going through the cards again. She's unsure what she's going to do, so naturally she reaches for her, her safety, for her control, for her, her vision, for her power. She starts going through the cards, and the cards are each, telling her not not the nicest things. There's there's definitely going to be some problems on her horizon and her future. And then the final absolute weirdness ends in that all the cards start shifting to a Superman and Wonder Woman reference.
And Batman.
Into the Trinity reference. You have the devil shifts to Batman, justice turns to Superman, and strength turns to Wonder Woman. I'm digging this tarot card connection and just everything that, how they're connecting her to the Trinity, how they use her later on. This is a nicely, layered story that is, bits and pieces along the route that'll eventually tells the full story. This is beautiful pacing and just, wonderful setup for the next sequence and then to the next sequence, then to the next sequence. I'm just eating this up. I can honestly say Trinity is my favorite of the three right now. Trinity has beaten 52 for me, and you know how much I absolutely loved 52. Mm-hmm. Trinity is beating that now. And unless they do something dramatically crazy, Trinity will be my favorite of the three.
And still, I agree with you. First of all, I'm not knocking that. I think though, because of what they did with 52, because of what they did with Countdown, I think they've taken a look at what worked, what mistakes were made, what didn't, and I think they found a way to contain the story within Trinity and give us that full experience. And I think that's what's really working so well with this. There's always constantly something happening every issue and every week, and it's so worth picking up. It's really just everybody who's, working on this title. It really is.
Oh, yeah.
An amazing experience. The co-feature in this one, Knight in Shiny Armor, the Mike Norton and Mark Farmer did the layouts, Mike Norton on the layouts and Mark Farmer on the finished art. And it really was one of those stories, Rita has to hide out due to the events with the MVGS, and now the Culver 68. She wants to get back to reading cards at Tito's, but thinks it's too public.
And I like how, you see Jose in a protective role. He is the knight in shining armor. It's, a sticking to, you keep the security area, you keep a regular watch, her, and then throughout all this, we have her doing a reading for him, which, later plays out to being helping out in the story. That was just like I'm seeing a teamwork between the two, and I'm like, this is going to be a pretty cool team. I like just this buildup of this friendship that they had before, with eyes on possibly something even more than friendship, and I was like, yeah, all right, this is cool. It's
she's reading cards for a regular at the TikTok Diner, but realizes it wasn't her reading, for the regular. You have control and power you think you don't. Is that for Rita? Is that her own reading? Is it a reading for the Trinity who keeps appearing? It was one of those things as I was reading it, I was kind of like, wow, works on a lot of different layers, and it makes me think. I like how all of a sudden the power is like taking over. If that makes sense.
Definitely. Yeah, it's not just her. She's connected to some outside force, some outside power that is feeding her knowledge, feeding her information. Now, is that outside force good? Is it evil? Is it neutral? Who knows what she is tapped into, but she's definitely tapped into something fierce. And we see that when there's the big throom, or however, the big, huge explosion when the three villains show up.
Well, the explosion itself was cool. Just all the tiny little details of pieces and cards and glass and everything flying all over the place. That stuff is just amazing to me.
Oh, God, yeah.
Tiny details. That stuff has got to be, to keep it, different colored and make that work for it. As you're talking about, Blindside, Throttle, and Whiteout are just great characters. Gangbuster leaps into action and kicks Whiteout into Throttle. I love his head vanishing and that it will eventually grow back. It was neat little bits like that just kept me going on. Gangbuster jumping in with his whole uniform and, gimmick. It's kind of like at that point I was like, I knew this guy somehow from somewhere. And, I was connecting little threads, but I got to admit, I wasn't like sitting here thinking, oh my gosh, this is definitely Gangbuster. There's this feeling like I should know who this is.
Yeah, and I liked when I first saw him as Gangbuster, and I'm like, it was funny because after I read that, I'm like, okay, this is who he is. Oh, okay, and I started, Wikipedia reading more about the guy and started learning more who is Gangbuster, who is Jose. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I like this character. This is a pretty cool character. I could get behind this guy, and I'm glad to see that they don't just drop him. They continue using him. They continue developing him throughout future issues. This guy is a part of the story. He is a big part of the story, and I'm thinking in the end he's going to be one of the pieces that flips, he's going to be one of the crucial pieces that flips between whether good or evil wins. I think it's going to fall on this dude's shoulders, him and Rita's.
I like the Gangbusters low tech with the taser and such. Blindside blinds Gangbuster, but remembering the earlier conversation with Rita, face a bright future. Don't be afraid of the light. He aims and takes him down. And, they're still being watched by wolf-like creatures of Morgan. It was a cool little bit. I really liked how that all played out with those characters and the Terra. It was neat.
Yeah.
And just seeing that there's more of these creepy creatures that are following them.
And you know that they're going to make an appearance again later, and you're just like, oh, God, it just set up for more and more future stuff. And I love the ending where, he promises to protect Rita no matter what, no matter how crazy it gets. And you can feel this dude really did have that, I'm going to protect you. I'm going to be your guardian. I am going to be your knight in shining armor. And it was just ominous for what we know is going to happen, but it's also just it makes you, when we see how this guy starts reacting to some future issues, it makes sense because this dude is making a pledge to her. This isn't about I'll help you out, buddy. No, this is a pledge. This is a blood oath. This is a code of honor that I will be your guardian. You do not have to be afraid of the darkness. I will be your light. And I was just like, I was eating it up with this guy because I'm really digging who is Gangbuster. I'm digging this persona behind this guy as well as the man behind the costume. I want to see, this is again another introduction to a character where within a couple issues I'm like, I want to see more of the guy. I want to see more. I want to see him in mainstream DCU. I want to see him hanging out with Nightwing or hanging out with Robin or I don't know, somebody. I want to see this guy.
That's the strength of this book, though, because they're really nailing so many characters and their interactions and pacing them into the point where you never feel like they're taking over the book. They're adding to the book.
Right. Exactly.
So it really is, it remains the focus on the Trinity, but the Justice League is handled so well, and they add more to the Trinity. Gangbuster and Rita add more to this whole storyline because of their, they're adding more to the whole villain storyline, and it's the battle for the Tarot Reader, who obviously, her power in the wrong hands can be a huge problem, as we see set up right from the beginning with the gang. And I love that. It just builds out greatly. The first 5 issues of this have just been outstanding. And I got to be honest with you, having read right now all the way up to issue 11, the momentum keeps building. It hasn't been a steady pace. It's been a nice, gradual build that keeps on building.
And it gives you something every issue to say hoorah about. Or, oh, that's cool. It's never, I don't recall through 11 seeing an issue where I was like, okay, yeah, this is the building issue. I don't recall that. They didn't have any of those in here. And I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
And this seems like a strange thing to say, but I'm just as anxious to see what these people are going to do after Trinity.
Yeah.
The creative team I'm talking about.
Oh, God, yeah, I understand. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, and that's probably the most sincere compliment I can give in the sense that I'm adoring this so much that I know that we're going to see some really cool things out of them after this, because I'm sure this is going to lead to some ideas on, hey, let's explore this character, let's do that character, let's do that. That type of stuff really gets me interested and excited. So, wonderful series so far.
You filthy criminals.
Our sponsor for this episode, DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. Final Crisis Rage of the Red Lanterns has a special discount, regularly $3.99, 50% off, only $1.99. Showcase presents Sergeant Rock Trade Paperback Volume 2, regularly $16.99, 40% off, only $10.19. Do you pick up any showcases, or I know you're kind of more casual on it?
Yeah, I'm more casual on them, and this is one that I am looking at, and I'm thinking I may pick up that first Sergeant Rock, and it's funny, as I said earlier, it's just like I didn't initially pick up these type of war comics, but now I'm getting more into that age and that era, and I'm like, part of me thinks I want to pick this up because it is a real good deal. So I'm like, it's kind of hard to pass it
Joe
up.
Kubert artwork, which is just beautiful. So, Vixen, The Return of the Lion, number 1 of a 5-part miniseries. Regularly $2.99, 50% off, only $1.49. Whatever your shipping preferences, whatever your bag and boarding preferences, DCBS accommodates your collecting needs. Do not forget our in-stock trades book of the month, which is going to be in 2 episodes. Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters trade paperback. Collecting the 8-issue miniseries, Spinning Out of Infinite Crisis, with art by the sensational Daniel Acuna, all new Phantom Lady, Dollman, Human Bomb, the Ray, members of the government task force known as SHADE, the country's first line of defense against superpowered threats. And actually, you're seeing them right now in Final Crisis.
Final Crisis, yeah.
So yeah, it's a great series to kind of get some background into SHADE as an organization.
And who they are, how they... Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a great series. Jimmy Palmiotti and Justin Gray, you heard me do a little mini rant on this episode about how much I'm enjoying Jonah Hex. It's because of these two together. It's just such a wonderful creative team. You hear me salivate about Hawkman. These guys are a huge part of that. Regularly $14.99, 47% off, only $7.94. Join us for that episode because we're excited for that. And we're going to go to Seven Soldiers again after that with Volume 3, and then we are going to go and have a listener pick our next one. So I'm so excited for that. DMZ Trade Paperback Volume 5, The Hidden War, which collects issues 23 to 28, regularly $12.99. In-stock trades price only $8.18 at 37% off. InStockTrades.com is your source for your collected edition needs. Thanks for supporting us. DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. Next week, Jim, we are going to be, of course, doing Seven Soldiers Volume 2, seeing as we started on our first of our 2-part discussion on Seven Soldiers. It was funny when I picked Seven Soldiers Volume 2 as the In-Stock Trades Book of the Month. I'm like, well, we have to finish Volume 1. So I figured let's do this as a 2-part segment, and the Rage of the Month is going to be chatting about 2 books. It's a very dense read. So it is really, when you're doing notes for this, it takes a lot of time to get the notes together for Seven Soldiers, because I want to make sure that, I get some of the connecting threads. And it was fun to talk about the island and the history and all that. I'm excited next week to really kind of nail Seven Soldiers Volume 2 and get heavy into that. And finally, we've got this on a pace where we're going to be getting it in, and we're going to finish the whole thing. So bi-monthly, Seven Soldiers. We're going to keep it going until we're done. So, oof. Finally. It took us how long? Yeah, it was episode 50 was how long ago? But thank you guys for your patience, and hope you enjoyed this portion of it, and you'll enjoy next week's portion of it, because we're excited to do it. We're also going to be chatting next week about Rain in Hell, and I think the Hawkman special. I have to work out the details with that with our guest that's going to be joining us for the Hawkman special. So I'm not 100% sure if next week is going to work on that or not, but I'm shooting for it because I want to talk Hawkman. I love talking Hawkman, especially I've been so crazy lately with it, but I really loved the Hawkman special, so I'm excited to talk about it. Got to get past my own issues. I do have issues.
Yes, you do.
I have major issues.
You do
so
have
that
issues.
that email before actually did resonate with me. It's just, my experiences with those characters are different, but I am feeling it. So I understand. I'm concerned, but I tend to ride it out and see where it's going before I, get too worked up over something interesting to talk about. So I'm excited for that. So we got a big show next week.
Yeah.
We will be back next week on Wednesday or Thursday. Keep an eye on the website or the forum for more details on that. That's going to be our new release dates now. It gives me kind of some time to do that. And you're going on vacation, aren't you?
Well, not vacation. It's working.
Or it's working?
Yeah, I'm going out to the West Coast.
Well, that's no fun.
Well, but it's going out to another part of the country for the job. So
okay, there you go. Do you get to have fun?
I'm hoping, because there's going to be a couple of us going out there, and I'm hoping that we'll work during the day, but at night have some free time.
There you go.
Not too sure.
We will see all of you next week.
Bye. And that is not my cell phone, by the way.
But I'm going to cut this out.
Aw.
Throw that on the hallway.
Slide the door. Slide the door.